Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Fisip Corner. Today, I would like to say a very special welcome to Professor Koni from Jakarta. Thank you for being with us today, ma'am. And we also like to welcome Professor Seema from India. Thank you so much for being with us today. And also, I would like to say a very special welcome to all the speakers that we have today. First, we have Dr. Jacob Wadu, MSc. Is he here? Okay. And then Dr. Hendrik Toda. Dr. Hendrik Toda. Okay. Dr. Johannes S. Barong. Okay. Okay. And then I would also like to say a very special welcome to all our speakers and then all our lecturer and students that are joining us today on the topic of NAM BRICS Asian, AU, PIF, EU, Convergence and Divergence on a Global Future, the Vision and Role of Indonesia. Today there will be two sessions of talk show, and the first session is gonna be a talk show with 6 to 8 speakers, and then the second session will be 3 or 4 speakers. And the first thing that I would like to say, I would like to welcome Dr. Paul J. Tamelan as a Vice Rector to say opening statement. Thank you.
Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Nama budaya. Salam kebajikan. Salam. Dan salam sehat untuk kita semua. Kalau kami di Undana selalu diakhiri dengan salam sehat. Semoga semua sehat dan bahagia. Yang kami hormati, keynote speaker, Ibu Koni. Kalau Ibu Koni ini saya senang karena hari ini setiap hari saya lihat di televisi. Hari ini saya bertemu langsung, saya rasa senang dan bahagia atas kehadiran Ibu di Universitas Nusa Cendana ini. Yang berikut Ibu Sema Mahre dari India. Selamat datang di Universitas Nusa Cendana. Lalu Ibu Beatrice Basio, mungkin lewat online ya. Pak Ishak Basie, Pak Melkisedek Neolaka, Dekan Fisip, Ibu Dr. Mas Ama, semua lengkap ya. Pak Putu Yoga Bumi, muda yang energik ya. Pak Frans Gana, dosen senior Undana. Lalu Pak Rudi Rohi, energik dari Undana juga. Lalu Ibu Susana Pelu. Dan juga semua hadirin undangan yang kami hormati dan kasihi, adik-adik mahasiswa, para dosen yang hadir hari ini dalam kegiatan pagi hari ini pada kegiatan The International Fisip Corner. Selamat pagi. Pertama-tama saya menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Pak Rektor. Pak Rektor sebenarnya ada di kampus ini sekarang, tapi dalam kondisi sakit. Kerongkongan dia tidak dapat berbicara dengan baik sehingga beliau telah mendelegasikan ke Wakil Rektor 3 sejak dari hari Jumat. Ternyata Pak Rektor 3 mungkin masalah penerbangan atau apa masih tertunda di Jakarta. Lalu yang berikut didelegasikan lagi ke Wakil Rektor 1, Prof. Anita. Lalu Wakil Rektor 4, Prof. Jeffrey Bale. Tapi keduanya jam yang sama, jam 8 sementara berdiskusi dengan Pak Gubernur berhubungan dengan pengukuhan profesor pada lusa. 2 hari lagi kedua teman kita ini, senior kita ini akan dikukuhkan jadi profesor. Untuk itu pada kesempatan ini saya diberikan kewenangan untuk membuka kegiatan pada pagi hari ini. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, pertama saya menyampaikan terima kasih atas kehadiran semuanya dalam memperingati, berhubungan dengan memperingati Hari Kesaktian Pancasila pada tanggal 1 Juni nanti, maka Fakultas Fisip telah melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan dan salah satu kegiatan adalah kegiatan pada pagi hari ini dan telah menghadirkan berbagai narasumber dari berbagai negara dan akan menjadi acuan kita pada fakultas-fakultas yang lain. Semoga bisa melakukan hal yang sama seperti ini. Karena dengan kehadiran narasumber-narasumber dari berbagai negara, kita bisa mendapatkan banyak informasi yang mendukung kegiatan perkuliahan kita khususnya bagi adik-adik mahasiswa. Jadi dalam hubungan dengan Hari Kesaktian, kita tahu Bhinneka Tunggal Ika selain dalam lingkungan Universitas Nusa Cendana, kami di universitas ini dari berbagai suku, agama, dan ras. Ada yang dari Flores, dari Rote, dari Sumba, dari Sabu, dari Jawa juga kuliah di sini. Tetapi dengan kehadiran Bapak Ibu narasumber dari luar negeri, bahkan senior-senior yang sudah terkenal setiap waktu, tadi saya bilang di televisi, hari ini kita bisa berjumpa dengan mereka dan kita bisa berdiskusi secara langsung. Dan itu sebagai rasa terima kasih dari Universitas Nusa Cendana bahwa walaupun kita jauh dari Jakarta tetapi kita tetap diperhatikan juga oleh senior-senior ini. Yang berikut kami mohon supaya dalam kegiatan ini kami lihat dari jam 8 sampai jam 3 sore kami mohon kesediaan para mahasiswa dan juga para dosen untuk mengikutinya secara serius karena ini berhubungan dengan agenda-agenda politik kalau saya tidak salah, dengan berbagai agenda politik, hal-hal lain yang berhubungan dengan keilmuan kita yaitu di Fisipol. Untuk itu saya minta adik-adik walaupun dengan ideologi-ideologi yang berbeda, tetapi kita punya satu kekuatan yaitu Pancasila ini yang mempersatukan kita sebagai Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Jadi berbeda-beda tetapi tetap satu. Berbeda-beda tetap satu memang negaranya beda, kampungnya beda, agamanya beda, tetapi kita tetap satu dalam satu perjuangan menciptakan suasana kondusif. Kalau saya biasa dengar Ibu Koni ini selalu menciptakan suasana kondusif dari berbagai partai politik dan seterusnya. Semoga hari ini kami banyak memperoleh pelajaran dari Ibu juga. Saya rasa itu dan tidak memperpanjang kata. Dengan resmi acara The International Fisip Corner yang dilakukan pada hari ini mewakili pimpinan Universitas Nusa Cendana, kami nyatakan dibuka dengan resmi. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Paul. Let's say another applause. Okay. First of all, I want to say I'm really sorry that I didn't get to introduce myself. My name is Sandra Clarissa Ombudata. I'm from Communication Study Program. I'm gonna be our MC and moderator for today. And alongside me, there will be Mr. Darwis, all the way from France, that is going to help me as a moderator, as a co-chair. And without further ado, I would like to welcome our speakers. The first keynote speaker is, Oh, okay. Before we begin with the talk show, there will be a photo session. I would like to welcome Dr. Paul and Ibu Koni, Professor Sima, and all the speakers to the front. Yeah. Let's take a photo together before we begin the talk show. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's begin with the talk show. So I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Koni, to the stage. Welcome. Yeah. Second is Professor Sima Meraparihar from India. So welcome to the stage. Professor Beatriz Bisio from Brazil, online, okay. Okay. Is Professor Bisio online or no? Not yet? Belum. Professor Beatriz Bisio from Brazil is going to be joining us online via Zoom. And also Professor Isaac Bessie from Canada is also going to be joining us via Zoom. The next speaker that I will like to welcome to the stage is Bapak Melkisedek Neolaka, SR Dean. Please welcome to the stage, Pak. The next one is Bapak Iputu Yoga, Bumi Pradana. Bapak Franz Gana, please welcome to the stage. Let's say a round of applause. Bapak Rudi Rohi, please welcome to the stage. Ibu Susana Pelu. Okay, thank you for being with us today, our very special speaker. Let's say a round of applause for all of them. Today we are going to begin with the first session of the talk show. Our moderator, Mr. Darwis, please welcome on the stage. Okay, me and Mr. Darwis are going to be moderator for the first session of this talk show, and there will be maybe around 10 minutes for each of you, if you don't mind, to say your things on the theme that we would like to talk about. And then after the session, we will give turn to the lecturer and also the student that are joining us today to ask some question, and then we'll begin with the discussion. Okay, I will give the place to Mr. Darwis to introduce all of our speakers. Thank you.
Selamat pagi. Selamat pagi. Semua mendengar ya? Yang di belakang. Ya. Mungkin tidak perlu basa-basi, langsung saja karena kita sudah sangat terlambat. Jadi saya akan berbicara, kok ada ekonya, mohon nggak jelas tapi nanti suaranya double ya. Ya. Jadi ini pembicaranya ada yang berbahasa Inggris, ada yang berbahasa Indonesia. Jadi ini pekerjaan untuk Bu Sandra dan saya untuk membantu menerjemahkan ke dalam bahasa Inggris, ke dalam bahasa Indonesia, dan sebagainya, dan sebagainya. Jadi kami memang sudah berbagi tugas dengan Bu Sandra kemarin. Saya akan memberikan pembukaan, perkenalan, kemudian masing-masing pembicara akan menyampaikan pandangan masing-masing. Setelah itu Bu Sandra yang akan meluncurkan pertanyaan pertama, kemudian diikuti dengan yang lain. Nah, kita sekarang sudah pukul 9, so I shift to English, okay, because otherwise Sima does not understand. Now, we already 9:38 and we are supposed to stop at 12 o'clock, I think. But, yeah, but maybe we will extend some because we started late. So I would like to thank you, the Universitas Nusa Cendana, to host us in this meeting. Well, our idea is that the 1st of June is the adoption of Pancasila as the foundation, philosophical foundation of the Republic of Indonesia. So I have an idea we should celebrate this, and especially in Kupang and Ende, where in Ende President Sukarno was sent into exile during the Dutch colonial period, and there he contemplated on Pancasila. Okay, so that is the idea. Let's have something in Kupang and in Ende. And I just provoke my friends who will come to Kupang and Ende with me. First it was Professor Ishak, but unfortunately for family reasons, he will not come, so he will join online. But Professor Sima is willing, Professor Koni is willing, so we get together here. And then I contact also Professor Beatriz Bisio from Brazil, and the afternoon you will have Professor Bruno Dreski from Paris, Professor Marina Shilina from Moscow, and also Professor Yin Jiguang from China. All are online except 3 of us. So let's give an introduction, very short introduction. Can you show my PowerPoint? No, this is Bu Koni. Yeah. Well, in fact, my first idea is the rise of Asia and intellectual duty. And I will start with the statement which is widely accepted in the world. So for the second slide, please. This is the reference that the rise of Asia is already widely recognized by academic world as well as professional. I just show you some reference by Professor Emanuel Wallerstein, who is specialist in the world system. And he said that the rise of Asia in world economy is accepted widely since 2000. And then Deepak Nayar, he is from India, professor, economist from India. What he said, he read a huge book on the resurgence of Asia, which is an antithesis of what has been written by Professor Gunnar Myrdal, if you know him. Very famous. In the 70s, he published a book, Asian Drama. In the Asian drama, the vision of Professor Gunnar Myrdal was very pessimistic, that the future of Asia is uncertain, because in 1970, Asia is the poorest continent in the world. But Professor Deepak Nayar, 30 years later, proved that Asia is rising. And it is very evident by his research, extensive research in the whole Asia, how the economy of Asia is rising. And then Parag Khanna is very famous scholar, and he wrote, for example, the future is Asia. And what is the most important, he said that Asia is now in the process of forming a new system. It's a new system. So in the world, according to him, there will be three systems. American system, European system, and Asian system. And then Kishore Mahbubani, he is a professor at the National University of Singapore and diplomat because he was ambassador of Singapore and United Nations. He wrote a book, for example, New Asian Hemisphere, the irresistible shift of global power to the East. And he wrote, among other, that the West, the rise of the West has transformed the world. And the rise of Asia will equally transform the world. And that he said, the rise of Asia will be good for the world. So this it can be discussed. And then, but this is a warning from Professor Rehman Sobhan from Bangladesh. He is economist, and he said that whether the rise of Asia will be peaceful or full of turmoil will depend on the West, which is now still hold the economic and military power. So this is just some statement, and let us now look at the data. Please, second. Yeah, if you look at the data, the top 10 global economic size, 2020, 2030, 2050, just have a look at 2030 because it's not happened yet. The top 10 will be China, USA, India, Japan, Indonesia, Russia, Germany, Brazil, Mexico, UK. And in 2050, will be China, India, USA, India, Brazil, Russia, Mexico, Japan, Germany, UK. So we, Indonesia, is supposed to be in the 4th position in the world top economy of the world. Now, you see, I put into two colors, the green one and the yellow one. The green one are China, India, Indonesia, Brazil, Russia, Mexico. The yellow one, USA, Japan, Germany, UK. What does it mean? Mean, if we use the theory developed by President Sukarno in 1960s, new emerging forces, or NEFOs, and old DEFOs, old established forces. The green one are NEFO, or new emerging forces. Which were non-Western countries, former colonized, exploited countries by the West, while the yellow one the USA, Japan, Germany, UK, they are what President Sukarno called old default, old established forces, which were former colonizer countries. So, with this composition, we think, what will happen? Do all these countries have the same dream for the future? Do you think that the NEFO and old DEFO will have the same dream for the future? So let's look at the next slide. So, according to Professor Mohanty, Indian, there will be two tendencies, that global rebalancing and global restructuring. Global rebalancing means that economically this country will be equal, balance, but the political, geopolitical power, military power still held by the West. While global restructuring is that the whole structure of the world, including economic, politics, will be changed toward what in the Bandung spirit is toward global peace, global justice, global prosperity, and global sustainability. So that's, but what will happen, that's, we will discuss about it. And where are we going? We'll be going to global rebalancing or global restructuring. And I think we have all these speakers who will deal more or less on this, with these issues at different levels, maybe from grassroots levels until global levels. So I would like to invite Professor Connie to start. If you can speak 10 minutes, it's fine. But otherwise, your speech is always interesting. So you can, of course, we will tolerate if you go beyond 10 minutes, okay?
Thank you, thank you. So if I may, can I just stand over there? Yes. Okay, thank you. Honor for me to be in Kupang, in this very prestigious university, because some people always say that the West never look to the East, which is, I think, is wrong. You know, actually, I was divided between, have to be in Jakarta because we have to prepare with Panglima TNI the launch of the new ship of Sukarno, and it will be launched soon. Actually, I have to prepare and be there, you know. But again, because I think Kupang is very important, not only because the governor is my friend, Kakak Vicky, I call him, and I stay in the hotel of another Kakak from NTT, which is Herman Heri. So again, I'm very proud to be here, to be part of this very important event. Good morning to everyone in the online as well, my friend from non-alignment movement, we call it, or I rather call it ourselves is non-alignment movement academicians. Because the question from Pa Darwish, either we are going to rebalancing or restructuring, is really depend to us. Okay, let's start with my slide, please. So I'm going to tell, my slide title is Non-Alignment Movement Towards Regional and Indonesia Geopolitical Challenge. We know that we're not only facing the remembrance of Pancasila, that born here or in Ende, but we are going to welcome the month of Sukarno, because June, he was born in June. So what I'm going to underline is non-alignment movement. Next slide, please. It's again, the second one. It's about the fair and the peaceful settlement, because it's a very fact that the non-alignment movement countries engage in peaceful settlements to the war dispute, crisis, conflicts, issue of arms control, and successfully demanded the end to racism and apartheid in Africa. And a major transition is taking place in global geopolitics, but the barbaric sanctions, I always call it barbaric sanctions, toward Russia, civilian assets, especially internet web, technology, economic, finance blockades, it's proof that Cold War is actually still here. And the multilateral countries, coalition of the willing, they call it themselves, is carried out against coalition of the non-willing, for example, as a war on Russia on the land of Ukraine, which is making Ukraine the country that the victim that suffers most. So next slide, please. So non-alignment movement struggle must continue. Because one, the UN multilateral crisis management is failed, the conflict management face major problems, the agency are unable to prevent and provide solutions, such as peace of accords and then new appeasement. The US and West is holding the crisis and hostage, being part of the problem, not the part of the solutions. Next slide. For example, this is the instrument of national power. If you see from the Russia case, from the dime element, all this D is already being blocked. You know, that's why all the diplomats from Russia being, you know, is not invited to the event. You know, they are just like want to get rid from them. Happening all around the world, including in Jakarta. My positions toward Russia, toward President Putin, because I think Russia in a way being treated unfair, is make me lost almost all my ambassadors' friends from NATO countries, which is used to be my friends, but now they are just like making distance. But it's okay. You know, as an academician, you have to stand for what you believe to be the better world and the better futures. Next. So this is proof the devastating impact that the extended NATO alliance are global imbalance, a global misalignment, and the global inequality. And we have to end this, this pattern. Next. The countries member of the non-bloc movement should dare to confuse various forms of discriminations toward what the North Atlantic Treaty Organization countries are doing in various forms of discrimination. This discrimination is including economic, financial, all this technology, all these sanctions. For example, it's happened to ourselves. Remember during a President Megawati period, we have the Hawk and the F-16. But that time we faced the East Timor problem, and you know we own the plane, but they banned us to use it. So it's very unfair, and this unfair motive is happened again to the Russia, especially after the special military operation in Ukraine, and this is the question actually: why the U.S. in history never been having the same sanctions? We never, you know, took Elon Musk money or freeze Elon Musk funds or everyone from the United States. So for Indonesia and this region, this is definitely important recognizing the symptom of the U.S. allies will do the same thing to Indonesia. I'm sorry to say, but perhaps in the Papua issue. You know, I'm very blunt in saying things and looking at things. So just, try to ask me something if you're not happy or if you not agree or you have another opinion. By the way, I'm very Instagram person because I believe in the communication today, and I want to raise the voice of East Indonesia. I just want to inform everybody here that what this morning event already on my Instagram. So just Konir Hakunin Bakri, just follow that, because I want to introduce this campus. This campus has to be recognized anywhere, not only in Indonesia, but as well as in our Sorbonne or Le Havre campus maybe. And okay, what do we have faced today? Next slide, please. So this is Indo-Pacific with all this complication, if I may say that in complication, between the happening of BRICS, between ASEAN, the Bond of AUKUS, the PIF, the EU, the Quad, the NATO, some NATO countries already here, especially France, and the Five Eyes arrangement. So what will we do? Next, please. The three alliances in Asia-Pacific zone might be directed forming a new kind of NATO model. That's what I keep saying, which is such hegemonic effort pose a serious threat to global and regional peace and stability and undermine the stability of the world balance of order. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of non-alignment movement countries, including Indonesia, actually must revive, reactivate, and optimizing the role of non-alignment movement desk. Because not everybody knows here, our desk of non-alignment movement in Kemlu or in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not there anymore, which is very sad. Okay, you know the Andranik Migranyan, the professor at the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, is stating that the relation between Russia and China, which is getting closer, is motivated not by love, but by necessity. So this is very interesting sentence. So the US and Europe hit Russia with sanctions while Kremlin went looking for new allies. Of course, China is the logical choice due to its economic power and growing foreign policy assertiveness. Again, this what the professor said, this was decision motivated not by love but by necessity, because if you find yourself encircled and financially strangled, then of course you are going to look for partners with whom you can push back against this pressure. And the most effective and realistic option for Russia was China. So this is very interesting to know the background why Russia is getting closer to China. Next, the closer relationship between China and Russia and the realization of these two countries are the last defense, actually, to protect the New World Order and the real balance of power. Next slide, please. With this orientation of the strategic future partnership statement where the international relations enter a new era of sustainable global development. Next slide. This is the military exercises happened between China and Russia during 2021 until 2022. You can say, or you can see from the map where is it happened. Next, the last one that I noticed, the March 2023 when the joint exercise happened, Russia, China, India, Iran are engaged in joint naval exercise in the Gulf of Oman. And among the ships taking part is the maneuvers of the Russian frigate Admiral Gorshchev, which is equipped with the Zircon hypersonic missiles, and the trilateral exercise dubbed the Marine Security Belt 2023 had begun the vicinity of the Iranian port of Chabahar. So that's things that happened this year. Next, now we see what the five power defense arrangement, the Quad, the AUKUS, and PNG defense pact. Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, established Quad in 2008. Australia, United Kingdom, and United States established AUKUS in 2021. And of course, we know the FPDA multilateral agreement happened since 1971. But the one that's shocking me and should shocking Indonesia and the region is why PNG joining United States Defense Pact. This has to be our questions. Next. To be honest, we have to see how the PNG statement on this matter. First, it is stated that PNG had successful meeting with the Secretary of State Blinken, that the US remained the leader of the free world. And for those of who believe in democracy, in Christian worldview, PNG share many commonalities with the United States of America. I make it both one, the word of Christian worldview. Nothing's wrong with that. But in our country, this is going to trigger something. Because again, we are very, very diverse. Next, to conduct an important bilateral with PNG and multilateral with members of the Pacific Island and foreign nations. And US could have picked another place, another time and place, but again, US picked Port Moresby and Papua New Guinea. So for Papua New Guinea, this is a very important event. We can see from this statement of Prime Minister James Marape. And the signing of PNG Defense Cooperations Agreement was a culmination of many years and months of engagement. So it means they work already together. As far as I know, they prepared for this pact for about 6 months. And the PNG want to stress this point. It wasn't shoved down our throat, it wasn't forced upon, it was a mutual agreement. So somehow this is like PNG trying to say to us, they really need United States, they need to defend their national interest. Next slide, please. That PNG have domestic security issue, they have to feel close to home security issue as well. The PNG Defense Force need to be stepped and supported, and the issue of energy security becomes something they think is very important. And I put the black one, the greater regional security in the region. So it means that PNG going to sign this pact, they are going to involve in this political security balancing, or trying to, or I might call that rebalance of regional security things. And the PNG did sign a subsequent agreement called the Secures PNG Maritime Borders and Resource Found in the Sea. So what I'm going to say is be very careful, because again, despite FPDA, despite the things that are happening here, of the BRICS, of the AUKUS, the PNG pact, I really underline very well about this, the worth of the sea. We just have a problem with Australia. Our Pulau Pasir is not finished yet. So this means for me, like every part of all these islands that closer to us, we are going to have a problem soon. So next, The non-alignment movement should return to the core principle that we have the oppose the model of the court supra-war and calling the resolution of dispute through the negotiation instead of arrogance military act, and calling for the realization of the real balance worth power and even equal and equitable. And the last one, that the non-country should priority must be given to multilateral interactions between countries in the regional south part of the world. Next, we just remember what Sukarno famous speech in the United Nations on 1960, and this is the function, if you are thinking of, if you relate it to the BRICS movement, that actually realizing this, the system is just or not only more finance to the establishment of new development banks, but again to the existence of the alternative reserve, new foreign exchange, the alternative communication, technology and infrastructures. Next, I'm just going to be very fast. This is, if you can imagine, Indonesia Maritime Fulcrum military plan. We have to be on our two seas. If you still remember the speech of President Jokowi on 1914. And the next, this is the airspace fulcrum military equipment that we demand. Next, please. So we have to be able to cover our air deployment, aerial escort, aerial support, anti-aerial threat, anti-maritime threats, and anti-land threats. Next. And the special indicators that Indonesia has to prepare is actually the military capabilities, the performance of readiness and posture of TNI development, strategic target, and national security. So next, I'd like to just say, remind us about President Sukarno's speech at the UN Assembly. A great dream, a great idea will be shattered. Remember, UN do not deal with words. UN deal with men, the dreams of men, with the ideas of men, and with the future of all men. I'm going to be very fast. Next slide, please. This is what France did. It controls more maritime territory. Next slide, please. They built the capability and capacity of the military. You know, they're based on New Zealand, New Caledonia, towards South China Sea and Africa. Next slide. And almost covering Indonesia, you know, almost all Indonesia, a bit only Papua left. They call it, they try to come with the military operation rather than war to protect the environment. So what I'm saying is be very careful, because now the face of military can come very soft, you know, bringing the issue of environment, but actually they are going to deploy the full capacity of military. Next, I don't have a chance to translate what is the AUKUS collaborations, but it's very important because it's related to technology of our modern war. Next slide, please. So the question is NATO Asia Pacific in the making? This is the question that we have to ask ourselves, because we can see from France, Australia, New Zealand, Pacific Island movement. And next, this is my question to ourselves actually. If we keep saying we are a non-alignment movement, and we have to have all this equipment of the military procurement, if you can see from the box here, most of the things that we see, all we get the agreement of bilateral agreement regarding defense, is most of the times is to the block, the North block, you know, not the South block. If you can, I just underline the only Vietnam and China that not in that North block. So the South one is only the Vietnam and no, I mean the South one is all almost cover this countries which is joining FPDA or NATO and things like that. Next, so Vladimir Putin is Sukarno the second. That's what I call it, because I think his vision, mission, bravery, and attitude is really show us how to build the world anew. So my last slide is going to say, please, the last slide. Non-alignment leaders, including Indonesia, including the one that we are going to have next 2034, should have the power of strategic thinking. So understand the geopolitical matters. Second, strong on national interest leadership. I really want to underline national interest, not party interest, not group interest, not small interest. The third one is independence, courage, and loyalty to the nation and to the non-alignment principle that we are proud of. Thank you for having me here, and again, looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ibu Koni. I forgot to introduce who is Ibu Koni, but I don't think it is necessary because everybody knows who she is. Now, well, I forgot to say when I explained the yellow and green that the new emerging forces, there are NAM, non-aligned movement, and there are BRICS and ASEAN, all are in the group of NEFO, new emerging forces. But the question is, you have non-aligned movement, you have BRICS, you have ASEAN, you have African Union. What are the convergences and divergences on global future? Is there any convergence that make the global restructuring toward peace, justice, prosperity, and sustainability possible? That is the question. Now, I will ask Professor Sima Mehra Parihar, who is Professor of Geography of Kirorimal College at University of Delhi, but she is also concerned and interested in the question of gender and women empowerment, management of natural resources, and she has a lot of data, of course, always as geographer, showing the map of the world with the data, with the statistical data. Professor Sima, if you can speak 10 minutes, it's okay? Okay, yeah.
Can I have my slide, please? If it will work. Just check if it works. Yes.
Just try.
I don't think because that's very far, no? They'll do it.
Okay.
I'll be here. Not there. Hi, good morning, everybody. And good morning, all of you. It's such a pleasure today to see so many colors here and here also. Without wasting or without taking more time on this, because Darvis is there with his clock saying tick, tick, tick. I am going to speak on geographical narrative of Global South, engendering a healthy and prosperous world, and the role of India as an Indian myself. And at the outset, I wish to thank University Nusa Chandana at Kupang, Indonesia, and also organizers of this round table. Thank you very much for having me and giving me this privilege to take it forward. Next. At the outset, why have I taken the topic called Global South? For me, that is the narrative. That is the convergence point today. And everyone is talking about Global South and Global North. So I thought rather than going with all this, they all fit in here. But the key question is, do they or do they not? Do we want all of them or we do not want all of them? And of course, India's approach to Global South in 2023, as we are in the midway to India's presidency. And last year, Indonesia was, and we all had that. Next. And the background to this is not much. Next. This is a map that I'm showing. This is not of the G20 nations, neither of the Global South. Today, in case if we want convergence, or if we see the things not falling in place, it's only because of that SDG 17, collaboration collapsing or collaboration or partnerships taking place. This is a map of the partnerships. If you see, there are 2876, around 3,000 partnerships, and this all map represents that. So you find that, out here also, if you see number of colors, you find that there is an anomaly. We have lower middle income countries, 24% of them. We have 16% of low income countries, 30% high income countries, and 30% other upper middle income. I mean, there are 4 categories. So all this, what we are basically concerned, and especially for all of you, the ones who are here, what are you wanting? You want to be in a country which is peaceful. You want to be in a region where there is a prosperity, and we do not have anyone with another third P like poverty. Next. And this is what is the Global South. Global South at no point of time means they are the ones in the southern hemisphere. You have a lot of southern distance, it's just the name that's been given. And this name has been given by a social activist, Carl Oglesby, in 1969. And today, large dialogues are between global north and global south. Whether you are global south or I am global south, out here, all of us, most of us, the ones who are here, are part of global south. Australia, being in the southern hemisphere, is not a part of the global south. All this terminology is to characterize nations whose economies have not yet reached their potential. That means there's a lot of scope. There's a positive in that also. There's a lot of scope. And confront difficulties such as low per capita income, high unemployment, and scarcity of capital. That means what you all can definitely do. There's a lot of scope to go ahead and work. Next. And the current scenario. Why are we talking all this? I just saw Global 2023 reports. Next. First is the Global Risk Report. There's a lot of risk around. I'm not going to go each one of them. This report you all can read. This report next. It's talked about 3 different scenarios. One, immediate risk. One, 2023 to 25, next 2 years. Next 10 years. And you find, the list, if you can see, it's there. And you can read it also on your own. The major risk which is going to crop up is going to be there for you all and for our generation. Cost of living crisis. And of course, climate change is playing havoc. We are seeing floods coming when we are not expecting. We are seeing rain falling when we are not expecting. We are going to Paris on a holiday and we find drenching with sweat, which has never happened. So natural disasters, external weather events, geoeconomic confrontations are taking place. And next 10 years, what are the risks? Next 10 years, the risks are failure to mitigate climate change. Right now, you're finding everyone is talking about climate change, but the whole idea is, even after 10 years, failure. And why failure? Again, because global north and global south are not agreeing with each other. Or on paper, in a conference, they agree. But just when they go back home and then they talk, they decide, no, I don't want to agree with this. That is the problem. Failure to climate change adaptation. It's very difficult to adapt to climate change because of the poverty and number of reasons, and natural disasters are increasing. Next. And immediately for you and me, it's like, we have debt crisis. COVID was bad for all of us. But COVID also told us another good thing. The COVID told us that developed and developing countries are same in their adaptation of the developing countries, or the global south was much more than the adaptation of sometimes with the global north. Failure to stabilize price trajectories, failure to mitigate climate change, and failure of climate adaptation. One word is so bad, that is failure, and crisis. That means we all need to together see to it. Next. And change. And so that is one. So risks are there, very much. Another problem that is there is gender. We do not have gender parity. We may be talking about gender parity. We all may be celebrating. 1 in 3 women, UN data says, are subject to violence, one or the other form of violence. That means 1 in 3, you all can just this thing. And gender equality is an issue, both of human dignity and respect and greater global prosperity. Somebody like me who has come out with 3 atlases on women empowerment and gender data, 300 plus gender disaggregated data, this problem is a reality. And sustainable development goals are not achievable, or any goal. All those risks cannot be met if half of the world's population is not as involved as the other half. We want parity. We women are not asking for anything but 50-50. And of course, the transgender community also to be part of it. Next. The countries with the smaller gender gaps, they all are part of the global north. Next. These are the 10 countries with largest gender gaps. That means there are miles to go and miles to go in case if we can bridge that gap. Yemen, Iraq, Pakistan, Syria, Congo, Iran, Chad, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Oman. And we all should not say we are happy India and Indonesia is not there. But we are also not that, but we were not there in that top also. There are many issues. For me, that is one of those, but so that means Still, why in 2023, why in 2023, we still have to talk about gender parity? Why is it naturally not given to us? That is always the issue. And this is something which is there, the Prosperity Index report. We also have this report right there. And this Prosperity Index report is giving me another data to tell me prosperity is a beautiful word. In English language, we all want prosperity. But is it there? Next. No. Out here, the geography matters. If you look at this graph, can I see, where is Africa? Africa, the bottom red line is Africa. Then you have Middle East and North Africa, another the second bottom line. At the top, which one we have? We have North America, then we have Western Europe, then we have Eastern Europe. Again, there's a big gap between Western Europe and Eastern Europe if you look at this graph. So, why is that the case? That means again, prosperity is a word which is not there. Next. If you look at this, we all drive cars, we all know these colors. Green means great. Red means problems. Red means danger. Out here, if you look at these graphs, you'll find that in the bottom two, in the Middle East, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa, we find red boxes. We find natural environment also in the bad shape, education also in the bad shape in Sub-Saharan Africa, and living conditions, economic quality, infrastructure, market access, enterprise conditions, investment environment, social capital, governance, personal freedom, safety and security, overall prosperity ranking is very sad. For Asia, it is 6th, and for Sub-Saharan Africa, it is 7th. Why are we not there? Rise of Asia we're talking about. That means there are still miles to do to go about it. Next. And of course, to add to it are the populations. Around 60% of the world's population is in Asia. India is now at the top with 1.4 billion population. Next. So today's important, so that means we have understood now that, what have we understood? We have understood that crisis is there. We also have missing gender parity. We also, at the same time, prosperity is there, but not where we want. So important challenges to all these beautiful NAM, BRICS, ASEAN, AU, PIF, these words which are written there. We need to have a genuine multilateralism. Genuine is the key word. And genuine is guided by a beautiful word starting with I, that is intention. Need for a new narrative for Global South and global geopolitics. And the most interesting aspect of Global South is that it is no more functioning in the ideological framework of non-alignment, where the emphasis was laid on neutrality in the realms of Cold War politics. And of course, we need to find that block which is cohesive in nature, emphasizing equity in the decision-making process at the global level. So 2 words we remember: intention, equity. Next. Cohesiveness of the global seed is being disrupted by China, and we have number of data to see. That means, it doesn't mean that we just take a call. It means pay attention, look at it, see to it, do we keep this in this block, or do we not keep this country in this global south, or we keep Africa in this global south? Because what we saw, that there's a lot of poverty and the problems exist there. Next. So there are 3 critical structural elements that need to be examined. This mic is fine, I'm somewhere along the line. Okay, so one is the great power rivalries which are there. Multilateral decision making is absent. Need to reinterpret normative idioms in global politics is the 3rd issue. So Global North is continuing its hegemonic practical of imposing normative idioms. Even today, who is making a call? Ukraine and Russia war, this, that, all those issues which are, who is making a call? Democracy, responsibility to protect, agenda for climate governance, and so on. Next. So that means what is at present there, we definitely need to re-examine whether they are there. If they are there, then why do we have crisis? If they are there, why do we have problems? If they are there, why do we do not have the prosperity? That's my key question. Next. So the key question is, why is there such a huge disparity between these nations, and what is being done wrong as opposed to what is being done right? Can you see this? Big belly and a poor nation feeding the rich nation? That's a reality. You do not know how you're doing it, maybe at the cost of a lot of things. And now let's contextualize India's approach to the global south, the country that I represent. Next. India can play, for me, it's not only being an Indian, but I feel India can play a significant role in evolving consensus and acting as a bridge between two blocks, North Bloc and South Bloc. Next. And this is an Indonesia, picture from the Indonesia last year. India can provide the necessary leadership to the global south and the new narratives to global geopolitics. And this can certainly add new momentum to the existing global order. Energy crisis, food crisis, impact of recession, and so on. Next. So India setting an alternative narrative model, if I say, I'm saying because of following reasons. This is the last part. One is that India is the forerunner in global and sustainable energy transition. We are very proud of it. At various climate summits, India have given a lot of presentations for it. International Solar Alliance, and is working with the objective of harnessing energy from renewable sources and the push to hydrogen-based fuel. That means green energy we are talking about, and we are making use of, and we are pushing it also. Other issues include ensuring equity and climate justice. I'm not talking about, please do your Google search, climate justice, how many articles you find, and climate change, climate variability, how many will, those scientific jargons you'll find which you'll not even understand. Next. So democratizing multilateralism is also very important, and India's approach is, India says, to reform United Nations. To reform United Nations, and democratizing is the word. So one word I said was intention. Second word I said was equity. This is democratization. And this is something what India is advocating now in a number of different forums. The Ministry of External Affairs have come out with the white paper report, and we talk about, as we talked about in Bandung, Annam, and Panchshila, here also India talks about 5 key pillars, all starting with S. Samman, respect. Samvad, dialogue. Sahयोग, cooperation. Shanti, peace. Samriddhi, prosperity. Respect, dialogue, cooperation, peace, and prosperity. We need to revolve it. Next. Next. G20, of course, our motto, where we are in now the midway of our presidency. Motto which India is sharing is based on one earth, one family, one future. We are going beyond global south and global north also. Rooted in the India ethos of Vasudeva Kutumbakam and the sustainable peace. Next. Alternative narrative is, of course, India. We are a democratic country by the people, of the people, and for the people, and we have elections, and we have guided number of times to many places also on how to go about it. And our External Affairs Minister recently said, as a full-blooded member of the Global South, as a system that intersects so much with the West, and as a polity with a flavor that is uniquely its own, India's trajectory will surely influence the global journey. Next. So, and this is something like, which all of you must be thinking about the India stand on this present moment. And it's argued, this is the R2P that we call, we respect the, so we go ahead and we do it, and it can be said India rejects the intervention in the domestic affairs of a country by external powers in the name of promoting human rights. We believe that the protection of civilians is primarily a national responsibility. Hence, contribution to national capacity building rather than intervention mechanism should be the priority. So, R2P is what? Relationship to protect. You decide you are creating relationship to protect, then you go there and then you stay there and take a call for the nation. India just says no to that. Next. So reinterpreting the notion of R2P, responsibility is the need of the hour. From all the crises, Ukrainian crisis, India consistently advocates that the Ukrainian crisis can be resolved through dialogue between Russia and Ukraine rather than through third-party intervention. Next. So in the end, I can go on and on. This is something, but we are restricted by time. And this is something like, and I want all of you, I'll just take 1 minute, all of you, the ones who are here, you've come here. We all are here. Tomorrow we all would be there. No, there are quite many young people. I may be there or not be there, but you all have to really work hard. You all need to really contribute to make this place a beautiful place. As you saw, because it's not only going to be because sustainability is a beautiful world, or sustainable development goals are there till 2030, because ultimately you are going to be there. So for that, Mahatma Gandhi said, change yourself. Be a change if you want to have a change. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. You must be the change. The future depends on what we do in the present. When you change, you make a huge difference to our planet Earth. It's high time we as nations realize that we have to bring a change through alternative, focused narrative. That's the reason I got connected to Davis in 2015. Something what I saw in him, I was in India, he was in France, was his honesty. He really wants, when he says it's not because he wants to organize conferences, but he's actually trying how differences can be made in Africa and Asia. Just make a little simple and slow change and you realize you've come so far. Next. There's the last slide. What I'm talking about India, I'm nobody. But I want to end in the names of my Prime Minister. He said India has always shared its developmental experience with our brothers of the Global South. People of Global South should no longer be excluded from the fruits of development. Together, we must attempt to redesign global political and financial governance. This can remove inequities, enlarge opportunities, support growth, and spread progress and prosperity. Prime Minister Modi said this in his address to the opening session of the Global South Summit 2023. And besides that, even Indonesia, even India, all of us have spiritual power. All of us have Bhagavad Gita, which has 700 verses. All of us have Rig Veda. All of us have so much to learn from and to give ourselves intrinsic power. Make use of that. Be faithful to whichever faith that you take up on and work towards peaceful world. God bless each one of you, and let's all decide that tomorrow we all would work hard and will make this place a beautiful ecosystem where we leave behind also and will leave no one behind us also. And we'll all have prosperity. That Jannat has different coinage in different scriptures, interpreted to give you power and empower you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Sima. It's always nice to hear your speech. And there are many things interesting to underline. I forgot to say that India and Indonesia was always together since the beginning of the movement for liberation from colonialism. Indonesia and India were the co-organizing institution of Bandung Conference and the co-initiators of Belgrade non-aligned movement in 1961. So India and Indonesia are still attached to the values and to the ideals of non-aligned movement, I think. But India, it's also a part of BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. While Indonesia is not a part of BRICS, but a part of ASEAN. So this multiple regional organizations. So that's why the question, are there any convergences and divergences toward the ideals of Bandung, of non-alignment, etc., etc. Now, let me check if Professor Beatrice from Rio de Janeiro is online or not. Hello.
Are you hearing me? Hello.
Yeah, wonderful. Beatrice. Yeah, Professor Beatrice Bisio. Before he became academic, he was journalist covering Africa and Middle East during 20 years. And then she came back to Brazil and entering into academic work, and now professor of political sciences and international relations in Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And she came here to Indonesia twice for our Bandung Spirit conferences in 2015 and 2022 last year, at the same time with this G20 summit. And by the way, this year the G20 summit will be in India, and next year the G20 summit will be in Brazil. So I think Professor Beatrice will organize something, and Sima and colleagues for G20 summit. Now, Beatrice, I suppose you already know the subject. Is there any convergence or divergence between BRICS, NAM, ASEAN, UNASUR, CELAC, and many other regional organizations towards global peace, prosperity, justice, and sustainability? So, time is yours. If you can speak 10 minutes, it will be wonderful. Okay?
Okay, it's a pleasure, dear friends and colleagues from Indonesia, from India, from all over the world, the South, particularly the Global South, to be part of this conference in honor of Panchasila, which is so important for all of us, the legacy of President Sukarno, great figure of President Sukarno. And I feel very honored to have the opportunity to speak to you from Brazil. Here is now it is almost midnight in Rio de Janeiro, but a great pleasure. I'm hearing both of the previous conferences by such dear colleagues with most interest. I haven't prepared a PowerPoint, but I will share with you some ideas from the Latin American perspective of this particular moment we are living in. And first of all, I would say that the world order and the balance of power is not static. It is in a constant transformation. And the bipolar order post the Second World War, as we already know.
Beatrice,
Yeah,
do you hear me?
yeah, yeah.
Your video camera was off. So we
It is
cannot
on.
see you.
It is
Please
on.
put on your video camera.
It is on.
It's on. It means
Yeah.
the setting of the Zoom to be exposed. It's okay. Thank you.
You are not
Please go
seeing
ahead.
me.
Sorry. Please go ahead.
Now you see me. You are not seeing me.
No, we don't see you at all.
Oh, I see. Would you prefer perhaps that I go out from my computer and enter with my phone, my cell phone? It is perhaps due to some, I don't know.
I feel like it's okay, but as long as you are able to share the screen with us, that will be wonderful. So we really appreciate it. I mean, well, it's fine.
You you hear
Speaking,
me, but you don't see me. Okay,
yeah,
let's see if I try to enter with my cell phone. Let's see if you can see me. One minute, please. I can manage very rapidly, I hope, to change to my phone. Last time I have some problems with my with the sound, with not video, but anyhow, okay. Let's see,
all right.
because yeah, a minute. I will see here to let's see if I can hear here. I have to enter here, Darwish. I'm looking for the here. Well, perhaps you can do the following. Please, Darwish, ask the next speaker. I think it is Isaac. Yeah, I can speak after him. In this period, I will put my cell phone to see if this is possible for you to see me. Okay, it's okay that.
Okay. But it means that
Okay.
you will still
Okay,
awake,
I will do that.
midnight. After midnight.
And I will, okay, perfect.
Yeah. It's okay. After Isaac. Okay.
Yeah, I will enter with my cell phone. Yeah.
Okay. See you later. Now, let's
Okay.
go to Isaac.
Okay.
Isaac, are you there? Isaac.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I hear you.
Wonderful. Isaac is from Burkina Faso. As you know what is Burkina Faso? It's a small country in West Africa. And Indonesia is not known. It's a landlocked country. They do not access to the sea. But it is a very important country in Africa because once in historical life, Burkina Faso passed a revolutionary period under the young president Thomas Sankara, where during 3 years, Burkina Faso succeeded to be self-reliant and how do you say sovereign in culture, in economy, in politics. Unfortunately, in the 4th year, the President Thomas Sankara was assassinated. So then regime change and become a satellite of the West. So and is a Professor Isaac is graduated from Germany. He is from Burkina Faso, Germany, and then now he is professor of comparative literature in University Quebec, Montreal, so French-speaking university, and also he is also the director of African Studies in Montreal. And we just found, Isaac and myself and many colleagues, an institute called AFRASI, African, Asian, and International Studies Institute, based in Burkina Faso. Because our philosophy, our duty, intellectual duty, is two sense. And the first part, to accompany the rise of Asia toward global peace, justice, prosperity, and sustainability, and not to allow any country left behind. And Africa is a continent which is the most suffering, the most exploited. That is why we try to empower Africa by founding this institution and center research and training program for students in order to help Africa dealing with outside world, because Africa is the last continent to be conquered, to be dominated by other powers. As you see, there are always African summit with China, China-Africa summit, India-Africa summit, Russia-Africa summit, EU-Africa summit, America-Africa summit, including Indonesia-Africa summit in 2018, that the heads of state of Africa were invited to come to Bali to how to do exchange, cooperation between Africa and Asia. So all the economic powers of the world now go to Africa, because Africa. Huh? Oh yeah. So now, Isaac, please tell us about maybe African Union or Africa in general in this divergence or convergences toward global peace, justice, prosperity, and sustainability.
Thank you, Darius. Thank you to the colleagues and the team for organizing the roundtable. This is very important. Thank you. I join Beatrice to thank you and all the other colleagues. It's my pleasure to participate in today's event and hear you. And I miss you. I would have my wish. It wasn't possible. I couldn't make it to Indonesia this time. It was what we planned, but next time I hope so. So thank you. I just want to use the time quickly and show you a few slides and then comment. I will. It's a pity that we thank you for your introduction, because we have here, we speak about a continent where the big and powers meet, and there are so many summits. It means there is some interest there, and this is the place. The place is not poor, but this is the place where we find the poorest people in the world. Why is this? How can we explain this gap between the rich continent and the conditions of people living there? Since we know that resources are important there and that they are exploited while people are suffering. So this is why I titled my presentation Africa, Asia, Proactive Solidarity at a Historical Turning Point. Why? Because we, you you said it, Darwis, from the outset, we entered a period of a very important turning point, and the rise of Asia is no more a topic which need to be which we need to reconsider, because it's already, there is a consensus about it. So Shamik Dar, 2019, said the United States will move from being the world's largest economic to third. China, meanwhile, will take first place, followed closely by India. Similarly, Indonesia, Brazil, and Egypt will overtake some of the more developed markets. Only Japan and Germany, among the current historical powers, will still retain a place in the top 10 economies. That is, you showed us in your introduction the portrait how it will look like. So we have it now. The question I asked is who fears the rise of Asia and the decolonization, non-alignment of Africa? Because it's about convergence and divergence. And I think we face, first of all, at that level, the divergence from Africa, from many countries. And the main question at that time is, who fears the rise of Asia and the decolonization, or let's say the non-alignment of Africa? Last January, Catherine Colonna, French Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs, traveled with her German colleague to Addis Ababa, you know, the headquarters of the African Organization of African Union. And both of them, they traveled to meet people there and just ask for support. Why? And I quote what Catherine Colonna said, I quote, she said, it is important about the war in Ukraine to remember that there is an aggressor and an aggressed, and it is important that all tell the aggressor that he must stop his aggression. We have common interests. These are European foreign ministers speaking to Africans. They say, we have common interests and we have expectations from our African friends, and we have shared them with you. The German foreign minister said, peace in Europe is under attack. We need you. We need Africa to defend peace. So this is embarrassing, because if you remember, Africa was obliged to participate in 2 world wars in last century, which weren't African issues. These wars were in Europe, and African people had to participate in fights in which they weren't interested. So, and now we face it again, but time has changed, and it isn't no more about forcing people to get involved in to participate in the war, but they instantly they insist and ask that Africa takes position and align behind NATO, France, and Germany against Russia. And this pressure is there since the beginning of the crisis in Ukraine. Now, who fears? We see how the ancient bloc, the West uses many means to get former colonized countries aligned behind NATO and behind the Western position. So we have in Burkina, and this is the reason the question is very important here. While we speak about convergence, we should consider the current dynamics and the divergences between the blocks and the pressure countries trying to get rid of neo-colonial influences face. So in Burkina Faso, you see here the map. and Burkina Faso trying to get rid of neo-colonial influences, and in the same time trying to get new partnerships because you need allies. I mean, this is obvious. So this time we experience a very interesting situation in West Africa, particularly in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and we see how countries, former French colonies, are trying to become sovereign and decide and have their own agenda, and just have the freedom to decide which partners they want to work with. So, and this is not obvious. This is not possible because there are some influences from Western countries, and particularly from France. And we, while we were last year in November in Indonesia for the conference, the European Union sent a declaration to prevent Burkina Faso from cooperating with Russia. This is something initiated by France so that the countries remain in this under the influence of France and NATO. So who fears the rise of Asia and the decolonization, the non-alignment of Africa? Because after the visit of the two ministers of foreign affairs in Addis Ababa, I mean, the African Organization of African Union didn't respond positively to these requests, because you noticed since the beginning of the conflict, the conflict in Ukraine, that the African Union is trying to have its own agenda and to just push forward and pursue targets in the interest of African countries, and not blindly following the pressure of Western countries. So Stephen Smith, which is a very interesting voice in France, in French-speaking media. He is also a professor on African affairs in the USA. Stephen Smith asked a very important, interesting question. France in Africa, why so much hatred? La France en Afrique, pourquoi tant de haine? Because this new phase of decolonization we experience in West Africa. You see on the picture how people are manifesting, demonstrating against the presence of French military in Burkina Faso and in Mali, and asking for cooperation with Russia here. And it's also the case for this cooperation with China also is welcome. So the insistence to have other partners than this historical, the so-called historical partners. And the question is why these demonstrations, and Stephen Smith said, I quote, the authorities in Ouagadougou have called for the departure of French troops from Burkina Faso within a month. The announcement is the latest sign of growing hostility to France on the continent, fueled by Russian propaganda and fueled by the disappointments of the post-colonial relationship. So you see, this is the way African dynamics, movements for liberty, for freedom and sovereignty are interpreted. So this kind of infantilization to say, if people demonstrate and just fight for their right to have their own agenda, it isn't because they are mature and able to interpret their own condition and define their own agenda and targets for their own development. It's because they are manipulated. You know, This is the way the politics and the dynamic these days are understood. But it is a profound awareness of what is going on and the disappointment about what France and the elective democracy have done in the countries without, helping people to just get minimum for their lives. So we have these reactions from the Western side asking for solutions against the rise of Asia and the growing influence of Asia, particularly China, Russia, in Africa. And we see, I just finished an essay on media discourse on China, Africa, Asia, Africa, in Canada, in France, and in Africa also. Now, we have, I just want to quote two or three sentences here to show you how the current dynamic of decolonization, non-alignment in Africa, and rise of Asia is interpreted, and how it's important that we get a kind of a proactive solidarity to support the movement and support countries trying to get rid of neo-colonial influences. So what can we do? This is the question. What kind of attitude should the West adopt? This is what is discussed. And here a quote: "The U.S. The West would benefit from being more proactive. The U.S. and its allies need to redouble their efforts to provide alternatives to these countries in terms of financing and investment without trying to replicate the Belt and Road Initiative. The other thing that needs to be done is to offer these countries real support to help them negotiate agreements with China that are less disadvantageous in terms of their own terms. How do we turn the tide towards a more human model, one that promotes the values of good governance, democracy, and freedom? The key is to strengthen the Western model. So you see, no need to insist. The last point is the role of mediator between Africa and Asia. While losing field, terrain in Africa, Western countries are trying, Canada, France, to be, the kind mediators between Africa and Asia. And just translate the relationship and translate the modalities how both continents should cooperate. This is not necessary. We know the way how to go there. Now, there are many situations. Those countries trying to finish the decolonization phase, instrumentalization of local servants of Western imperialism. This is a fact. Blocking the blockage of the implementation of new policies. Burkina Faso trying to get weapons for the defense of the country, but this is very difficult because of France. The media report focused on bad news. This is a current topic in Western media, financing pro-Western activists in social media so that they push the agenda of Western countries. So Africa, Asia, urgent solidarity. Yoshi Mine said in this very interesting, important book, Connecting Africa and Asia. Then what kind of relationships are the East Asian and the South Asian growth centers expect to develop with the African partners? Asia should not seek hegemony over Africa, parasitize Africa or deprive Africa of freedom. The question is whether Asians are prepared to carry out these principles. Industrializing African countries such as Ethiopia and Kenya have demanded that China and other Asian economies should not only buy natural resources, but also develop local human resources and create jobs. So I've finished with that one. Africa, Asia, the need of an urgent solidarity. This is a time for urgent and proactive solidarity with progressive leaders and with African Union, while African Union is trying to implement an African agenda in this context of, a multipolar world order. So, for instance, my concrete suggestions now coming from Burkina is so we spoke about multilateralism, bilateralism. It is important that in Indonesia implement an embassy in Burkina Faso. I'm ready to work with everyone. Ready to participate in that project so that we can increase the collaboration. Now, another point is the education. We need institutions, infrastructure. With Darwis, you said it. We are implementing. We will open and have our students, and next very soon, the Institute of African, Asian, and International Studies in Ouagadougou. So you are invited to participate in the launching conference by the end of this year. And cultures. We need a better understanding of each other. African cinema in Indonesia, for instance, this is a very important project. If you want to collaborate, I am ready to respond and work with you. So thank you so much. Thank you, Barka. And I hope we will meet next time in Burkina by the end of the year. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Now it's work. Thank you very much, Isat. Now I invite Beatrice. Beatrice, are you?
Are you now seeing me?
No.
No.
We see. No.
No. Oh, Isaac is saying that he's saying me. Are you
Yeah,
in
but
Indonesia?
nah.
Are you?
Yeah. Now, bravo.
Oh,
So I will
bravo,
not.
bravo.
I will not introduce anymore. So you just take your time to speak. Okay. Thank you, Beatrice.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. It is a great, great pleasure to be with you all. And in this particular occasion, we are honoring Panchasila. We are honoring this figure we admire so much of Sukarno, President Sukarno. So I'm very happy, very proud to be with you. As I mentioned when I started, I will first make some general considerations of this particular moment we are living in, and then I will address some particular aspects from the Brazilian conjuncture, which I think would be interest for you to know. Well, as I was saying when I tried to start before, we are in a moment of a very deep transformation of the world order. We have no more the bipolar order post Second World War. That was the bipolar order was, of course, altered with the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And then the United States became the great hegemon. But now this unipolar world is being transformed too. The period that the hegemon was really the only one is over. I think we all coincided in this point. Yeah. So it took less than 2 decades to be very evident that the U.S. hegemony has come to an end, and we have seen a gradually evolution to multipolarity with something new, because this multidimensional multipolarity is comprising not only the military aspect, which characterized the previous unipolar world, but it is a multipolarity with economic aspects, social and cultural factors that are very rich in this moment, this diversity. So in this scenario, the global South, Latin America, Africa, Asia, the global South is playing an important role, and the historical principles of Panchasila, of Bandung Conference, of non-alignment are in this moment very, very important to be the ones who can orient, who can inspire our action, our common action. I think that's a very rich legacy we are in this moment recovering, to think about the moment we are in this period experiencing, and the challenges we are experiencing. So, what is the name which is used nowadays by many analysts is not necessarily non-alignment, but something very, very similar, which is strategic autonomy. Many scholars are using this concept, this strategic autonomy. I think it is quite similar to non-alignment. And what does this mean in this moment, this aim of most of the global South to have this strategic autonomy? That means that most of our countries don't accept anymore the with us or against us attitude proclaimed by the United States. And we feel this in particular in Latin America, because historically, by the doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine, we are the hemisphere under the, let's say, the dictatorship of the American interest. So they consider historically Latin America its backyard. And in this sense, they're interfering in every decade of our history, particularly after our independences. There were always interfering in our internal affairs, and we have supported many decades of dictatorship through the way the United States capture the military, the armed forces in our countries, not to be those who defend our sovereignty, but those who defend the American interest in the North American, the United States interest in our country. That's the sad reality we have had in the past. Nowadays, I think something is changing in the world with repercussions in Latin America. We feel that the global South in particular is seeking for alternatives. And in this way, I think the Bandung spirit and non-alignment is very, very important as a paradigm to be inspiring our actions. in this moment, we have presented by the media the idea, some media, the mainstream media, the idea of a new Cold War. In some aspect, they are nowadays saying that we are now in a new way of a Cold War. No, not the exact scenario that was in the 50s or 50s or 70s, but now with China and Russia in one of the fields and the Western mainstream, the Western countries on the other side. But this is not what is really happening. This is an ideological also way of presenting this moment, because they don't admit, the US particularly does not admit the new multipolar configuration of the world, nor does it admit the evidence that there is a shift of the center of gravity from the west to the east. And the ongoing war in Europe has accelerated the evolution of the global order towards a multipolar order. And I may say that one of the evidences of this role of this shift in power is, for instance, the People's Republic of China as a mediator in the disputes in the Middle East. That was inconceivable 2 or 3 decades before, because the Western interference in the Middle East was absolutely not contested. Now it is evident that there are new actors in the scene, and particularly the Eastern actors are important for the global South. So that has also a way to be analyzed in the financial aspects. The new scenario has a projection in the financial arena. The erosion of the dominance of the US dollar, which in the last decades has been used for political purposes by the hegemon. The global South in particular has realized that there is no logic in insisting that the US currency should be the only medium of international transactions. And the new development bank established by the BRICS countries and now headed by the former Brazilian president Dilma Rousseff is an important step in this direction, creating an alternative financial structure. And President Lula has mentioned that why can't an institution like the BRICS Bank have a currency to finance trade relations between Brazil and China, Brazil and India, Brazil and other BRICS countries, all Brazil and the world. So I think that all these transformations should we should pay attention, due to these transformations, to two of the main platforms that were designed by the non-aligned countries in the 70s, 60s, and 70s that would be important to put again as our aim for the next future. I'm referring to the new international economic order and this example of the importance of the new development bank is a reality that shows that it is possible to create a new international economic order. But there is another platform that we should aware of the importance, and that was the new international information and communication order. And as Darwish mentioned when he presented me, I have been for a long time working in international arena as a journalist, as an editor, and I know that in this moment nowadays, it is a key question, a key issue of our global South challenge to build new networks that that can allow us, as Isaac has mentioned, to know each other better. We have to create bridges in the information field, because the mainstream media has always tried to divide us and to distort our reality. And we need to create new ways of understanding, not only between our countries, between us, but as a challenge to show to the northern countries that the only future we have as humanity is to unite our effort to save the planet, to eradicate poverty, to eradicate this profound division between our countries. There is no other way to have a future, a common future, as it was said decades before, and now is reality, the challenging reality we are facing. So I can show to you some aspects of the transformation that is nowadays occurring in Brazil. After 4 years of extreme right government by Bolsonaro, finally there was a victory of President Lula. Of course, it is a very challenging victory because 49% of the voters were voting for Bolsonaro. So there was an extreme little margin that allowed President Lula victory. But anyhow, it is a new moment. And Brazil has now a very different relation with, for instance, the US, at least in relation to the economic aspects. Since the last decade, China has become the most important partner, Brazilian partner, in the economic field, and also for other Latin American countries. And figures showed, for instance, that nowadays China receives 31% of Brazilian exports, compared with the US 11%, and supplied 22% of the Brazilian imports, compared with the United States 17%. When Lula returned to the presidency in January this year, that was the step that allowed Brazil to pave the way for a new ambitious foreign policy. A foreign policy that is, again, as it was during the first term of Lula in office between 2003 and 2010, that was a foreign policy that allowed Brazil to have an important role in the global scenario, allowed Brazil to be to play a central role in the creation of BRICS, and allowed Brazil also to play a central role in the Latin America and South America, particularly integration. That was, of course, destroyed partially, at least this legacy, during Bolsonaro's government. But Lula is looking to restart this project, strengthening the Brazilian ties with a variety of partners, and particularly, of course, the neighboring countries and African and Asian countries. In his first month in office, for instance, a meeting the community of CELAC, and he outlined in this very important moment of the first days in office that he desires to strengthen the South American and Latin American unity. Soon after, he visited also the United States and had an appointment with President Biden. And that was also important because always Lula's particularly intention was to show that the Brazilian autonomy doesn't mean to cut the relation with the US, but does mean to aspire and to need to be respected, treated with respect. That is central in the president's the President Lula way of understanding his role and the Brazilian role in the world, to be treated with the respect any nation deserves. And soon after visiting the US, President Lula visited China. And it was also a very important meeting with President Xi Jinping, and particularly important because the conversations around the Ukrainian crisis and Lula's desire explicitly exposed to be an actor in paving the way to a negotiation, diplomatic negotiation in the Ukrainian crisis, because the world is challenged with so many problems that the Ukrainian crisis has to be stopped, not only because of humanity, human rights, etc., but because of other challenges we are facing that need the global attention. We don't need war. We need to attend the challenges we are facing. Finally, I would like to say, yeah, yeah. Finally, I would like to say that I share with the colleagues that have spoken before the need we have to establish straight relationships among our countries, among our people. And that means that we have to think on communication and education. As I completely, I am agree completely with Isaac's final words in this sense. And I am sure that this kind of meeting you are organizing is an important contribution to this aim of establishing bridges between us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Beatrice. Now, well, we are supposed to stop at 12 o'clock, but we still have many
four
five?
speakers.
Huh?
Four.
Four
Four
speakers.
speakers. Yeah.
So now I have check the name. Oh, you have with you, Ibu Sandra?
Okay. Let me introduce the
Yeah,
four speakers.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much to the first speakers. Let us continue to the four speakers that we have. The fourth one is Bapak Melkisedek Neolaka, our Dean. Please give a round of applause.
Baik, terima kasih. Izinkan saya untuk menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Yang pertama, mohon maaf karena di tengah kesibukan saya tidak sempat untuk membuat PowerPoint. Dan juga bahwa dengan melihat pada tema topik yang diberikan, saya hanya mencoba untuk mengangkat satu topik kecil di belakang dari tema, yaitu bagaimana peran Indonesia dalam hubungan dengan posisinya di ASEAN dan bagaimana pengaruh daripada organisasi-organisasi yang lain terhadap Indonesia. Dan dari tema itu saya mencoba untuk mengangkat bagaimana peran milenial, peran perguruan tinggi dan milenial dalam meminimalisir pengaruh negatif dari konvergens dan divergens dalam hubungan dengan mempertahankan nilai-nilai yang ada dalam Pancasila, nilai-nilai yang ada dalam Pancasila. Jadi kalau kita sepakat bahwa Pancasila itu mengandung nilai-nilai yang universal dan bahwa Pancasila itu merupakan satu tatanan yang tidak bisa lagi kita otak-atik, maka tanggung jawab itu ada di milenial. Kenapa saya katakan milenial menjadi motor utama di dalam mempertahankan nilai-nilai dalam Pancasila? Karena globalisasi dan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi itu sekarang tidak lagi menjadi sebuah pilihan. Itu sudah menjadi kebutuhan. Itu menjadi kebutuhan. Dan bahwa pengaruh daripada globalisasi dan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, yakin atau tidak yakin, itu akan sangat mempengaruhi image, pikiran daripada milenial, sehingga bisa saja mempengaruhi pemikiran-pemikiran terhadap eksistensi Pancasila. Terhadap eksistensi Pancasila. Dan bahwa itu tidak diragukan lagi, karena kalau kita melihat pada perkembangan, itu beberapa peristiwa yang terjadi, itu dalam hubungan dengan bagaimana berusaha untuk membawa Pancasila kepada ideologi-ideologi yang tidak sesuai dengan apa yang diharapkan oleh para pendiri, Bung Karno, Bung Hatta, dan para pendiri negara lainnya. Ada beberapa catatan yang bisa saya sampaikan di sini, dan catatan ini merupakan pemicu, pemantik bagi kita untuk bagaimana berpikir dalam mempertahankan nilai-nilai Pancasila sesuai dengan karakter daripada milenial. Jadi milenial itu dalam beberapa penelitian memiliki karakter yang dinamis, selalu berubah. Karena itu tidak bisa disangsi bahwa, tidak bisa dipungkiri bahwa pengaruh globalisasi dan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi akan juga mempengaruhi sikap perilaku daripada milenial. Saya mencoba untuk memberikan beberapa pendapat tentang peran perguruan tinggi dan generasi milenial dalam meminimalisir pengaruh negatif daripada globalisasi. Yang pertama, untuk perguruan tinggi itu bisa dilakukan melalui pendidikan dan penelitian. Bahwa melalui kurikulum yang relevan, ya saya pikir apa yang digagas oleh Mas Menteri berkaitan dengan kampus merdeka, merdeka belajar, kampus merdeka, itu salah satu cara yang baik sehingga kita yang ada di Undana misalnya tidak hanya berpikir bahwa kampus itu hanya Undana. Dan kalau seandainya kita sepakat dengan upaya untuk melakukan update terhadap kurikulum melalui Merdeka Belajar dan Kampus Merdeka, maka di sana mahasiswa kaum milenial diharapkan dapat berbagi pengalaman. Yang kedua, peran perguruan tinggi itu bisa dilihat atau bisa dilakukan melalui kerjasama internasional. Artinya bahwa hal ini memungkinkan pertukaran pengetahuan, pengalaman, dan sumber daya antar negara. Dari Undana misalnya, itu telah mengirim beberapa mahasiswa ke luar negeri untuk belajar di sana. Dan dengan catatan bahwa keberadaan mahasiswa Undana di luar negeri itu tidak hanya sekedar untuk belajar, tetapi bagaimana dapat membawa budaya, dapat menceritakan kepada mahasiswa di luar negeri tentang keberadaan Undana, tentang nilai-nilai daripada Pancasila yang lebih umum. Yang ketiga, pengembangan keterampilan global. Pengembangan keterampilan global, bahwa perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi itu harus dibarengi dengan bagaimana mahasiswa bisa belajar banyak tentang perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Tidak hanya belajar, tetapi bagaimana bisa menyalurkan nilai-nilai yang dimiliki oleh mahasiswa. Yang berikut ini berkaitan dengan kearifan lokal. Berkaitan dengan kearifan lokal, bahwa apa yang kita miliki, kearifan lokal yang kita miliki, yang baik harus kita usahakan untuk mengembangkan. Kita usahakan untuk mengembangkan. Jangan kita terlena dengan pengaruh dari luar. Kearifan lokal bisa dijadikan sebagai filter terhadap pengaruh negatif dari luar. Yang kelima, ini berkaitan dengan advokasi dan pemecahan masalah, bahwa perguruan tinggi dapat menghasilkan hasil penelitian, kebijakan, inisiatif untuk mendukung solusi dalam mengatasi masalah. Ini peran perguruan tinggi. Peran generasi milenial ini berkaitan dengan aspek pendidikan dan kesadaran. Pendidikan dan kesadaran, bahwa untuk meminimalisir pengaruh-pengaruh dari luar, mahasiswa diharapkan untuk bisa sadar, bisa mengerti bahwa punya karakter, punya identitas, punya pribadi sendiri yang dapat dipakai untuk bisa mempromosikan nilai-nilai yang terkandung di dalam Pancasila atau adat istiadat dan budaya kita sendiri. Yang kedua, penggunaan teknologi yang bertanggung jawab. Ini peran milenial, bahwa milenial kita tidak bisa pisahkan dengan perkembangan teknologi. Milenial lahir bersama teknologi. Tetapi yang diharapkan bahwa teknologi harus dimanfaatkan untuk kepentingan banyak orang. Harus bermanfaat untuk banyak orang. Yang berikut masih berkaitan dengan penggunaan teknologi, ini adalah pengembangan keterampilan digital. Pengembangan keterampilan digital, bahwa melalui teknologi, kaum milenial diharapkan dapat berbenah diri, dapat mengembangkan diri untuk menata masa depan yang baik. Yang berikut, kolaborasi dan koneksi antar generasi. Jadi harus diakui bahwa kehidupan kita itu ada generasi lain selain generasi milenial. Kita masuk dalam generasi baby boomers. Ada generasi X, ada generasi Y. Tetapi di dalam pergaulan, mahasiswa tidak bisa mengabaikan tiga generasi tersebut. Tiga generasi tersebut. Karena kaum milenial yang berkarakter dinamis itu kadang-kadang tidak disiplin. Tidak disiplin. Yang disiplin itu yang baby boomers. Begitu. Tetapi milenial kadang-kadang merasa bahwa itu terlalu kaku, rigid, tidak mengikuti perkembangan. Padahal sebenarnya ada nilai-nilai yang bisa diambil daripada kaum baby boomers. Yang berikut ini berkaitan dengan kesadaran lingkungan dan kebijakan keberlanjutan. Ini beberapa catatan berkaitan dengan peran daripada perguruan tinggi dan peran daripada milenial dalam hubungan dengan mempertahankan nilai-nilai yang ada di dalam Pancasila dan mempertahankan budaya dan adat yang ada. Silakan, ini bisa dijadikan sebagai alat pemantik untuk kita berdiskusi sebentar. Ini yang dapat saya sampaikan. Terima kasih.
Banyak kepada Bapak yang sudah memberikan materi. Tidak banyak membuang waktu, kita langsung lanjut ke pemateri yang berikut. Bapak Frans Gana, saya persilakan.
Thank you, Prof. Koni, Prof. Sema. I want to speak in Indonesia. Baik, saya akan menyampaikan gagasan pemikiran. Mungkin kalau tadi kita ikuti dari Prof. Koni, Prof. Sema, kemudian Pak Neolaka, Ibu siapa lagi tadi ya, Beatrix, lalu Pak Ishak, Prof. Ishak. Saya mencermati rupanya itu pada pembicaraan tentang konvergensi dan divergensi global itu pada level makro. Saya kali ini mencoba membawa kita pada level mikro, sesuai dengan basic saya. Basic saya di bidang administrasi bisnis dan juga memiliki kapasitas profesional di bidang bisnis juga, gitu. Sudah menjelang 5 tahun. Gitu. Baik, pemikiran saya begini. Kalau kita mencermati konvergensi dan divergensi global, next slide. Rupanya kita lupa berbicara pada level bisnis atau level perusahaan. Nah, level perusahaan ini saya memetakannya dalam 2 ide dasar. Ide yang pertama kita bicara tentang good corporate governance, gitu ya. Kalau kita bicara tentang good corporate governance, berarti kita bicara tentang teori keagenan, satu. Yang kedua kita bicara tentang transaction cost of economic. Penggagasnya adalah Oliver Williamson, pemenang Nobel. Itu bisa kita cermati pada tahun 1975, 1986, 1995. Bicara tentang good corporate governance, sebenarnya di situ ada persoalan biaya, baik biaya konvensional maupun biaya transaksi. Nah, bisnis atau perusahaan memang mesti dikelola sebaik-baiknya agar dapat memperoleh persaingan global. Kita langsung pada data tentang bagaimana sih GCG pada BRICS dan ASEAN. Saya coba mencermati 2 negara itu. Kita langsung terus. Data, lanjut. Ya, lanjut. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang hasil penelitian, rupanya hasil penelitian ini membuktikan baik di BRICS maupun di ASEAN itu terjadi disparitas. Disparitas dalam good corporate governance. Disparitas itu ada perbedaan gitu ya. Yang paling menonjol adalah, kita lanjut dulu terus. Lanjut nanti kita bicara tentang teori dan seterusnya. Lanjut, kalau kita lihat pada GCG, Good Corporate Governance dalam rangka BRICS dan ASEAN, rupanya Cina menduduki posisi yang pertama. Indonesia kalau di ASEAN itu menduduki posisi kesekian gitu ya. Kita buka, lanjut kita lihat angkanya. Nah ini kita lihat. Belum, GCG. Ya. Terus ke atas. Ya. Lanjut. Terus belum selesai, masih di depannya gitu. Sorry, HP saya. Ya. Baik. Kalau GCG yang paling bagus itu adalah Cina, kalau BRICS ya. Kemudian diikuti dengan Brasil. Dan seterusnya ke bawah adalah ada South Africa dan selanjutnya. Yang kedua, kalau kita petakan dari segi inovasi gitu ya. Nah, inovasi ini kita bisa lihat dari angka 0 sampai 100. Cina menduduki posisi yang pertama, kita lihat. Cina, kemudian Rusia, South Africa, India, dan Brasil. Kalau dilihat pada subindeks, memang terpetakan masih Cina yang menduduki urutan pertama dan yang terakhir adalah Brasil. Coba kita buka data ASEAN. Mari kita lihat ASEAN. Lanjut. Ya, kalau negara-negara ASEAN rupanya Singapura. Singapura menduduki posisi pertama. Dan Indonesia itu angka 27,9 gitu ya. Nah ini menurut saya menyisakan persoalan. Kalau kita bicara tentang bagaimana konvergensi dan divergensi global, persoalannya pada level bisnis, level perusahaan itu sebenarnya itu ada disparitas. Pada negara-negara yang tergabung tadi BRICS maupun ASEAN. Dan ini adalah pekerjaan rumah menurut saya. Pekerjaan rumahnya apa? Kalau kita lihat misalnya, ketika kita mengadopsi GCG pada level perusahaan, rupanya human capital kita belum terlalu siap untuk menerapkan GCG yang berstandar internasional. Karena itu, anggaran perusahaan biasanya 15% untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Artinya bagaimana memberikan pendidikan dan pelatihan bagi human capital kita untuk dapat menyerap GCG yang baik. Itu. Jadi ada 15% dari rencana bisnis perusahaan. Itu ditujukan untuk pengembangan SDM. Kemudian kalau kita lihat dari inovasi misalnya. Inovasi rupanya yang paling sulit diserap menurut Polanyi adalah inovasi yang sifatnya implisit. Karena apa? Implisit itu masih ini ada di benak gitu ya. Di benaknya individu atau human capital. Karena itu untuk menyerap itu maka sekarang ini dikembangkan apa yang disebut dengan digitalisasi. Mengarah pada bisnis intelijen. Yang sekarang kita gunakan adalah digitalisasi gitu ya. Supaya begitu human-nya keluar, human capital keluar, harus ada yang tersisa bagi perusahaan. Itu karena itu anggaran yang dipersiapkan untuk terciptanya inovasi itu juga adalah 15%. Nah, persoalan yang berikut adalah bagi bisnis biasanya BOPO Gitu ya. Persoalan efisiensi itu sangat tinggi. Efisiensinya ada sekitar 80%. Padahalnya harus ditekan menjadi lebih rendah lagi. Kalau 100% harus ditekan di bawah 80%. Yang berikut misalnya, bagi perbankan yang cukup berhasil sekalipun, masih ada yang disebut dengan NPL. NPL itu apa? Non-performing loan. Artinya kredit macet karena berbagai tantangan gitu ya. Apakah karena perang di Rusia, di Ukraina, apakah karena kita barusan selesai COVID, kemudian harus disediakan biaya cadangan yang cukup besar. Biaya cadangan ini menjadi persoalan, karena itu dia akan menyerap keuntungan dan untuk pengembangan bisnis. Itulah yang menjadi persoalan bagi kita. Yang kedua, yang terakhir, catatan yang kedua tadi tentang bagaimana peningkatan kapasitas. Paling akhir, slide paling akhir. Jadi peningkatan kapasitas human capital, itu penting dipersiapkan. Yang kedua adalah pengembangan budaya perusahaan. Nah ini soal gitu ya. Walaupun kalau kita bilang ini profesional, kelihatannya mereka hebat-hebat gitu. Tapi untuk bergerak berubah itu justru sangat berat gitu ya. Kita kalau di perusahaan itu misalnya kita berubah saja itu dibutuhkan 15 tahun. Untuk bisa settle, menyerah bagaimana sih bekerja pada level yang lebih bagus dengan pengembangan good corporate governance dan inovasi yang lebih berhasil lagi di kemudian hari. Dan yang terakhir adalah kepemimpinan. Nah soalnya memang kalau saya cermati pada level praktek, memang ada keinginan pada manajer-manajer atau pimpinan-pimpinan perusahaan untuk mengembangkan inovasi. Tapi apa yang dilupakan dalam rangka GCG? Yang dilupakan adalah kajian kepatuhan dan kajian risiko. Seringkali itu yang menjadi persoalan, sehingga itu menjadi penalti bagi setiap perusahaan ketika itu diterapkan. Lalu kan ada otoritas, gitu ya, otoritas yang terkait dengan itu. Misalnya, Bank Indonesia ketika suatu bank menerapkan digitalisasi, itu harus meminta izin pada otoritas Bank Indonesia, karena itu berkaitan dengan sistem pembayaran. Kalau di-launching atau diperkenalkan tapi belum mendapatkan izin, itu dikenakan denda sekian puluh juta. Itu. Ada denda, ada penalti untuk pengembangan kapitalisasi. Saya kira itu yang dapat saya sampaikan. Sekian dan terima kasih, saya kembalikan.
Baik, kita berikan aplaus untuk Bapak Frans Gana. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Melkisedek dan Bapak Frans Gana yang sudah memberikan sedikit, bahkan banyak ya, banyak poin-poin penting. Yang pertama ada peran dari kampus ya, peran Universitas Nusa Cendana terkait mencapai mimpi global ya, bagaimana peran kampus di dalam penelitian, di dalam pendidikan. Lalu ada dari Bapak Frans Gana mengenai konvergensi dan divergensi global khususnya di dalam tahap mikro, khususnya dalam ilmu administrasi bisnis. Yang berikut saya berikan kesempatan kepada Bapak Rudi Rohi sebagai pembicara. Saya berikan kesempatannya.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. With my respectful to Mbak Koni, Prof. Sima, Mas Darwis, and Beatrix, and also Aisyah, I think. Please allow me to speak in Bahasa. I feel so guilty when I see audience faces here. I'm not sure if I make it in English, then they will understand what I say. So please allow me to speak Bahasa. Oke, selamat pagi teman-teman sekalian. Itu alasan saja bahwa supaya saya bisa berbicara bahasa Indonesia. Karena saya tidak begitu fasih dalam berbahasa Inggris, I'm not so well. Jadi daripada pesannya tidak tersampaikan, saya ngomong bahasa Indonesia. Tapi di balik itu juga, karena ini kita bicara berhubungan dengan Pancasila, jadi alangkah baiknya gitu kan saya menyarankan untuk kalau memang mau bicara tentang the role of Indonesia in international relation, kenapa kita tidak mulai dari bahasa? Itu satu. Itu hanya untuk membuat saya merasa benar berdiri di sini. Oke. Saya akan pendek, I will shortly. Pertama begini, kalau bicara tentang Pancasila, lahirnya Indonesia itu adalah antitesa dari negara-negara dunia. Kita tahu bahwa sejarah lahirnya Indonesia kalau kita pakai Pancasila, Bung Karno itu mengkritik habis-habisan cara pikir dari Otto Bauer dan Ernest Renan, ya kan? Bahwa menurut dua orang itu, lahirnya negara-negara di dunia itu sebagai manifestasi dari rasa kehendak yang sama dan rasa nasib yang sama. Tapi Indonesia berbeda, teman-teman. Indonesia itu bukan hanya dari nasib dan kehendak yang sama, tapi Indonesia juga punya tanah dan air yang sama. Kita adalah bangsa yang punya tanah dan air, karena itu kita punya nilai. Kita bukan bangsa yang menginvasi tanah orang, gitu. Kita adalah bangsa yang memiliki tanah dan air sendiri. Karena itu apa yang ada di dalam tanah, di atas tanah, dan di dalam air dan di atas air, itu adalah Indonesia. Nah, karena itu ketika bicara tentang peran Indonesia di mata dunia dalam pergaulan internasional, saya mengutip pertanyaannya Mas Darwis tadi, apakah ini rebalancing atau restructuring? Saya kira kita tidak bicara tentang itu. Saya pikir kita tidak bicara tentang bagaimana kita menerima atau merubah apa yang sudah dibentuk oleh struktur global hari ini. Yang saya bayangkan adalah bagaimana kemudian, kalau tadi ada pertanyaan Mbak Koni, saya kira itu luar biasa. Apakah kita sudah non-blok benar-benar? Itu penting. Kita bicara, kalau kita bicara misalnya Cina, Taiwan, Inggris, Hong Kong sudah selesai, Amerika, Cina hari ini, Israel, Palestina, kira-kira begitu kan. Belum lagi Prancis dengan sejumlah negaranya, kira-kira begitu. Belanda, Suriname, dan seterusnya. Kita hanya ingat akan Israel, Palestina, kan kira-kira begitu. Non-blok kita itu hanya Israel, Palestina. Yang lain itu kita blok bener. Gitu. Kita kan gitu. Nah, kalau mau bicara tentang peran Indonesia di mata dunia, kira-kira itu yang satu. Yang kedua saya kira, kalau kita bicara Indonesia di mata dunia, saya punya pertanyaan sederhana. Kalau tadi pendekatannya semua adalah pendekatan global, saya punya pendekatan kawasan. Saya menawarkan misalnya kita punya checkpoint. Gitu. Kalau Indonesia mau jadi berperan di dunia, dia harus menjadi checkpoint. Kita punya dua titik yang bisa jadi checkpoint. Pertama adalah Malacca Strait, dan yang kedua adalah Lombok Strait. Ini belum yang lain. Ini belum kita bicara tentang Blok Masela misalnya. Ini belum kita bicara yang lain-lain. Belum kita bicara tentang electricity yang kemudian nanti based on solar panel misalnya. Indonesia punya itu. Indonesia ada di Khatulistiwa yang panasnya itu, apalagi NTT gitu kan. Panasnya itu mataharinya 2. Itu kalau bikin panel surya di sini lalu menghidupi listrik dunia, NTT bisa menguasai dunia. Indonesia menguasai dunia. Ini mimpi. Betul ini mimpi, tapi Bung Karno mengajarkan kita untuk bermimpi. Gitu. Pancasila itu saya kira juga mimpi, tetapi harus kita realisasikan kan kira-kira begitu. Nah maka tidak salah kalau misalnya tadi dikutip Mbak Koni misalnya to build a new world, kira-kira itu pidato Bung Karno di PBB kira-kira tahun 60-an kalau nggak salah. Indonesia itu kan sudah berhasil revolusi kemerdekaan, revolusi politik, dan kemudian revolusi ekonomi kemudian dipatahkan. Masih ada satu sebenarnya, ada revolusi sosial. Nah hari ini pendekatan dunia misalnya itu kalau bicara tentang sustainability kan sekarang bergeser dari yang circular economy menjadi circular society. Ketika bicara society sebenarnya Pancasila punya ruang yang sangat luas, sangat lebar. Karena circular society bicara tentang value yang sangat kontekstual. Karena itu saya akan sangat pendek. Di akhir kata saya mau bertanya sederhana. Beranikah kita Indonesia menjadi Indonesia yang sebenarnya? Satu, menjadi checkpoint. Dua, kemudian kawan-kawan berani tidak mengglobalkan nilai-nilai lokal, teman-teman semua. Karena apa yang disebut globalisasi hari ini itu berangkat dari nilai lokal. Contoh paling sederhana itu adalah HAM. HAM itu kan berasal dari bangsa Paria di India sana, yang kemudian tidak masuk dalam kelas kasta-kasta di India. Tapi hari ini dia mengglobal gitu. Dia mengglobal. Saya kira teman-teman semua sudah baca Anthony Giddens kan? Bahwa dunia ini kan proses menstruktur. Itu yang kemudian tadi ditanyakan oleh Mas Darwis. Dan saya tidak setuju sebenarnya. Kita tidak usah ikut-ikutan menstruktur gitu kan. Oh kita sudah punya struktur kok. Kita sudah punya struktur. Indonesia, Pancasila, 5 principle. Jadi itu kira-kira dari saya sangat pendek. Saya hanya menggugat teman-teman untuk mari kita berdiskusi, bertanya, dan kemudian semoga ini bisa membawa kita pada perdebatan-perdebatan yang lebih konstruktif dan membangun. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Pak Rudi. Last but not least, I would like to welcome Ibu Susana as our last speaker for the first session, please.
Selamat siang untuk kita semua. Selamat siang saya sampaikan juga untuk Ibu Koni, Ibu Sema, Pak Darwis, dan Bapak-Bapak narasumber yang lain, serta para peserta Fisip Corner Internasional ini, baik yang on-site maupun lewat online. Saya berusaha untuk memberikan catatan kecil saja, atau catatan pendek, jadi pasti tidak lama-lama. Saya memberikan catatan kecil tentang bagaimana konvergensi dan divergensi dalam politik global, visi dan peranan Indonesia. Saya melihatnya dari perspektif sosiologis. Saya mencoba untuk memberikan pertama, dalam konvergensi politik global, Indonesia melihat dirinya sebagai bagian dari dunia yang saling berhubungan satu dengan yang lain. Sehingga bagaimana Indonesia menentukan identitasnya di tengah global, posisi percaturan politik global itu sangat penting. Tentunya Indonesia pasti akan berkontribusi dalam mencapai tujuan bersama di tingkat global. Yang kedua, saya melihat dari sisi solidaritas sosial. Indonesia sebagai negara yang dikenal dengan semangat gotong royong, tentunya nilai-nilai Pancasila yang masih sekarang kita pegang, akan menjadi modal bagaimana mengembangkan potensi dan memperluas solidaritas ini ke tingkat global. Membangun solidaritas di tingkat global, salah satu caranya adalah dengan kerjasama global, baik di tingkat regional maupun di tingkat global. Nah, kita tahu bersama bahwa Indonesia itu terlibat dalam berbagai forum regional seperti ASEAN, APEC, dan lain-lain. Nah, melalui kerjasama ini, negara-negara anggota bekerja sama ini akan mencapai konsensus bersama, baik itu bekerja dalam berbagai isu-isu politik, keamanan maupun ekonomi dan sosial. Nah, ini mencerminkan konvergensi dalam pendekatan politik dan tujuan bersama demi mencapai stabilitas di tingkat regional. Nah, bagaimana tantangan konvergensi Indonesia? Saya melihat bahwa yang perlu diwaspadai dalam tantangan konvergensi dalam percaturan politik global Indonesia, suatu saat konflik-konflik, penyebab konflik yang ada di tingkat global ini bukan saja didasari oleh perbedaan ekonomi, perbedaan ideologi, bahkan suatu saat perbedaan budaya dan perbedaan agama akan menjadi sebuah faktor yang turut menentukan tantangan konvergensi politik internasional, dan ini sudah terjadi sekarang. Kita hanya menunggu kapan semoga ini tidak berlanjut dan menjadi sebuah hal yang bisa menjadikan tantangan dalam konvergensi politik. Nah, bagaimana posisi Indonesia? Kita tahu bersama bahwa Indonesia itu punya nilai-nilai Pancasila yang sekarang kita masih pegang. Kalau ini kita pegang terus dari generasi ke generasi berikutnya, bahkan tadi disinggung oleh Bapak Dekan bahwa generasi milenial kalau tidak memegang nilai-nilai Pancasila, kita bisa bayangkan apa jadinya bangsa kita ke depan. Nah, ini menjadi satu kekuatan untuk kita bagaimana Pancasila ini kita pegang terus. Jangan sampai nilai-nilai ini hilang di tengah generasi di arus perubahan sosial yang begitu dahsyat. Kemudian yang berikut adalah saya melihat bahwa pengaruh global ini termasuk konflik polarisasi politik internasional. Ini mempengaruhi situasi dalam politik Indonesia juga. Kita tahu bahwa begitu banyak kasus-kasus yang terjadi, kasus-kasus konflik yang terjadi di negara kita, ini berakibat dari polarisasi politik internasional sebenarnya. Itu sudah banyak kasus, silakan nanti teman-teman mencarinya, membrowsingnya sendiri. Kemudian yang berikut adalah radikalisasi dan ekstremisme. Nah, ini juga kita perlu waspadai bahwa pengaruh aktor-aktor internasional dan politik-politik di luar negeri sana ini setidaknya membawa pengaruh yang negatif juga sebagai tantangan konvergensi kita lihat di dalam negara kita. Yang berikut adalah saya melihat tentang pengaruh global akibat revolusi 4.0. Bangsa ini harus memastikan bahwa di tengah perubahan revolusi 4.0 yang begitu bebas, begitu dahsyat, Indonesia harus bisa memastikan bahwa dapat menjaga otentisitas negaranya sendiri dengan begitu banyak budaya, begitu banyak nilai-nilai lokal yang kita punya, sehingga kita menjaga ini supaya ketika revolusi industri itu akan berkembang menjadi 5.0 misalnya dan seterusnya, kita tidak hilang arah. Oke. Nah, itu catatan saya mengenai konvergensi. Nah, bagaimana dengan divergensi? Nah, divergensi menurut saya, menurut catatan kecil saya ini, saya melihat bahwa negara-negara memiliki berbagai pandangan politik dan ideologi yang berbeda seperti liberalisme, konservatisme, sosialisme, dan lain-lain. Tentu ini akan menjadi sebuah embrio untuk perpecahan negara-negara yang ada di dunia ini. Kemudian isu-isu HAM. Nah, ini menarik bahwa setiap negara itu memiliki pandangan yang berbeda tentang isu-isu HAM seperti hak minoritas, kemudian hak kebebasan berekspresi, kebebasan hak-hak perempuan dan lain-lain. Nah, Indonesia juga menghadapi perbedaan pandangan dan penilaian dalam isu-isu HAM ini baik di tingkat regional maupun tingkat internasional. Kita lihat sampai sekarang Indonesia masih tetap diteror dalam tanda petik tentang isu-isu HAM yang berhubungan dengan Papua dan lain-lain ya. Kemudian yang berikut adalah dalam percaturan politik global terjadi pertarungan antara kekuatan global seperti Amerika Serikat, Tiongkok, kemudian Uni Eropa dan lain-lain. Nah, Indonesia menjadi arena bagi pengaruh dan kepentingan berbagai negara-negara ini. Dalam konteks ini, Indonesia mengalami divergensi politik dalam memutuskan hubungan dan kerjasama dengan kekuatan-kekuatan yang saya sebutkan tadi. Nah, bagaimana solusinya? Solusinya ya yang pertama menurut saya atau catatan kecil saya ini adalah diplomasi dialog. Indonesia perlu melakukan diplomasi dialog yang terbuka dan inklusif juga sebenarnya untuk membantu mencapai pemahaman yang lebih baik dan mengurangi ketegangan politik. Misalnya diplomasi budaya yang sudah sering kita lakukan, diplomasi olahraga dan lain-lain. Kemudian yang berikut adalah kerjasama regional dan internasional. Melalui forum regional seperti ASEAN atau organisasi internasional seperti PBB dan lain-lain, negara dapat bekerja sama, membangun kesepakatan bersama untuk menjaga nilai-nilai, untuk mengatasi perbedaan-perbedaan politik di antara mereka dan menjaga nilai-nilai yang lebih solid. Kemudian yang berikut adalah advokasi dan diplomasi publik. Nah, ini penting dengan berpartisipasi aktif dalam forum-forum global dan menggunakan media-media sosial serta jaring-jaringan sosial internasional dapat memperjuangkan kepentingan nasional dalam membangun pemahaman tentang posisi politik Indonesia. Nah, yang berikut adalah berkaitan dengan isu-isu lingkungan dan perubahan iklim. Divergensi politik global juga memicu isu-isu ini, isu yang berhubungan dengan lingkungan dan perubahan iklim. Nah, negara-negara memiliki pendekatan dan kebijakan yang berbeda dalam menghadapi tantangan lingkungan ini. Demikian pula Indonesia. Sampai sekarang isu-isu lingkungan masih tetap ada dan kita akan terus bergulat dengan isu-isu lingkungan ini kalau kita tidak sadar bahwa kita tidak punya kesadaran untuk bagaimana menjaga lingkungan kita, apa yang kita wariskan untuk anak cucu kita, ini menjadi penting untuk kita cermati bersama. Saya pikir catatan kecil saya memang benar-benar kecil, jadi sangat singkat. Terima kasih banyak, selamat siang.
Thank you so much, Ibu Susana. And we have reached the end of our talk show, the first session. Now, I would like to begin with the discussion. Maybe I'll start with the first question. I'm very interested in the statement that Ibu Koni gave, which is the Cold War is still happening. The Cold War, dalam tanda kutip, ya, Cold War, the new Cold War. According to all the news and the data that we have heard and we've seen nowadays, that the hegemonic countries, as we all know, America, United States, and also there are new hegemonic countries, as I can say, China and also Russia. And I would like to ask some question to Ibu Koni and also to all the speakers that are here today. Speaking from global future and the vision and also the role and the Indonesia, how is it, how Indonesia can participate and also how Indonesia can achieve the sustainable development goals and also the global future, how Indonesia stands nowadays in the middle of these three hegemonic countries that are, you know, as we can see in the news and all around us. Oh, okay. Yeah, how Indonesia stands in this, in the middle of this like mix of these three hegemonic countries that, you know, we have, that we all know have such power. China in economic, and we can see Russia and United States have this, like, we can say a very big military capability to, you know, be in the middle of, in the center of this world problem, as you can say. So how Indonesia as a developing country in the Asian, and also maybe Sima can be India also, how India and how Indonesia stand, because from me, Indonesia as a developing country has a lot of capability also, and also we have a lot of dream if we stem from Pancasila as our ideological way of thinking. And how Indonesia and how India and also how all of these developing countries can take place if there are these very, very enormous and very huge impact of these hegemonic countries such as America and Russia and also China. So I think that is my first question, and I please Professor Koni and all the.
It means that we are not only talking about the archipelagic nations, but as well as we are talking about, we are as the surface and the airspace fulcrum. And I really agree with what you say, because you are really, taking us into the inward-looking visions. I think he's the next Trump. Give a applause to him. But yes, I mean it. The next President Trump from Kupang. But again, we are living in the smart world, which is we have to mix this inward and outward-looking visions. It's not very easy. So for example, how can you become real Indonesia if then the pressure coming from the coalition of the willing, which is United States and France, is pressuring us to be not independent or a free Indonesia as we want. For example, I just give you a very small example. During G20 meetings in Bali, G20 is economic forum. Everybody in the world knows that. But you know what they did to us? They pushed us to invite Zelensky to talk, because then, as if we are become the United Nations, we have to make, Russia sit with Zelensky. And the things that make me so upset, Zelensky is not even came. He can fly here and there, you know, to the whole world, but he cannot fly here and is unpolitely speaking on the Zoom, taking for about 30 or 20 minutes something, which is very impolite because there is all the head of the nation. So this kind of pressure, that's why I'm joining Professor Darwish with all these non-alignment movements, actually to make Indonesia stronger, so our position is the same. I really believe what he said, and I really underline the local wisdom, such as, you know, the issue of Papua, for example. I don't believe that sorry, I correct my word. I believe that the hard power should be done for the military movement, which is want the independent of the Papua movement. But inward, we have to take what you said, the local wisdom. For example, in Gani and Asmat tribes, they already believe the cult, which is the cult coming from Vanuatu, from Pacific Islanders. So I think for me, the most important things, then let's talk about Indonesia, who have this local wisdom. You know, why today we put blame on Kejawen, on Parmalim, on Wiwitan issue. For me, I grew up with two religions. My mother's side is Catholic. My father's side is a Muslim. So I really comfortable with anything, you know, and I never claim which God is the best. It means I respect as well the local wisdom. Up to this minute, I wish I can go to cave, for example, because I believe people in cave still pray to the trees, you know, and to some stone. And for me, it's nothing wrong with that. Why now we are grow up with the things that we think, you know, religions that coming later is you know, something bad. You know what I mean? So no, actually I'm talking about the inward looking, like you said, because being Indonesian, you have to really believe on yourself, not only wish and making your dreams written there in the sky, but then you have to have the capability, and you have the courage, if I can say the courage. Because it's not easy. I really believe Indonesians, like all the students that I have here, I believe they are very smart. In all the campus in Indonesia, I saw so many lecturers, so many students, they are very smart. But when it comes to the international level, they don't want to speak, or they're scared to speak what they think. And in everything we have risk. For example, in the first day when the Russia doing something to Ukraine, I saw and I see what the history. I mean, Putin doesn't wake up one day and then just decided, okay, I want to go to war with Ukraine. No, he was like screaming since 2008, stop expanding NATO because you don't need NATO anymore. But then the NATO keep expanding, and to the limit that Putin has to decide something. This is like Indonesia today. For me, the visit of Blinken to PNG is like inviting us to war. Remember, my background is the defense and military. For the defense, military, and intelligence perspective, this is very dangerous. What are they going to do? Why they invite PNG to even join? For example, AUKUS. Is PNG have capacity to create the airspace and rocketing science? I never heard that. Maybe maybe they should invite us if they want. So I think again, to make ourselves bigger, to write our dreams like Sukarno, like Mr. Next Trump, invite us. I believe we can do. We have to. But again, we have to face the world. We have to join hand in hand with Pak Darwish and his friends, Pak Ibu, siapa namanya, Brazil? Beatrice, and then Pak Isaac and everything. Because, they believe this world has to change because it's very imbalanced today. It's very easy. You just Google why 1 billion people in the world, the west part, is controlling the whole world, 740 billion US, And while we are, the rest of the world, which is 7 billion people, is only have a little cake. It's like you are divided the cake, the smallest one divided by this room, but the biggest one, is going only to 1 or 2% in the western part. I think it's answering your questions. And by the way, I really inviting some people from the floor actually to encourage you to speak. Mau bahasa Indonesia, mau bahasa English, I don't mind. Because you have a great lecturer here. I heard what Pak Din said about Pancasila. Thank you so much, Bapak, that he introduced that value, which is now is almost forgotten. Thank you for comparing with the business. I mean, you took us to see that running business is like running a country.
So we start looking from how we run business, then we can run the country, as well as you, that remind us that how very important is the environment. Saya mau closing a little bit about the environment. You know what? When I show you the France map that cover Indonesia and only a little bit of Papua left, it is stated with the white papernya Prancis, buku putihnya Prancis, that Prancis to protect their people in Asia Pacific, which is only 1,700, they built all the military capabilities on Navy, Air Force, and the Army. Why? Because once the one in that circles destroy the environment, they can come. For example, I'm the advisor of Minister of KLHK. Saya penasihat Ibu Menteri Lingkungan Hidup. You know, for us, it's very important that you protect our forest, because our forest is like the lung of the world. So once you cannot protect, the friends can come to us and say, okay, you cannot take care of the lung of the world. I will come to you with the military operation rather than war, but full military capacity. So the story of Kupang, I'm just going to mention to you. Years ago, I'm here, you know, and I'm so sad when the people of Kupang say to me, long time ago, Kupang is the producer of cendana, right? You are the biggest producer of cendana that you export anywhere in the world. Okay, the beef I don't really know the story, but let me talking about the cendana things. But you know what? One day the tourists from Australia came to Kupang. They go directly to the village and bring all seeds from apple or something like. Then they said, grew it here, you know, somewhere in between your cendanas of trees. And all the cendanas with the biotechnology kind of things is gone. Now, if you Google who is the producer of cendana in the world, Australia. So welcome to the war. So this is what I'm talking about. So this is the war that we are talking about. It's not only coming with troops, you know, but it's coming with bio war, coming with economic war, coming with technology war, with industry war and everything. And therefore, we are here actually to invite you, and maybe you next time you can invite him to Sorbonne and talk in Le Havre or something, that every dreams that you have, we have to hand in hand together facing this coalition of the willing, which is very powerful and too powerful today. And even now, I believe President Putin and President Xi, with some other countries, is try to balance with BRICS. Actually, BRICS is a good movement, and I hope Indonesia actually can join that. At least our one leg is in BRICS, because our military leg, we cannot have it, because we signed, or we never said that we can join any military alliance. That is my answer to you. And you?
Is there any question from your side?
Ada yang ingin memberikan pertanyaan, bisa dalam bahasa Indonesia juga. Oke, yang pertama dari ilmu komunikasi, silakan.
No,
A student from Communication Study Program.
thank you. I take that as a compliment. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much. It is truly such an honor to be able to participate in this talk show today. But before I go into my question, I would like to say welcome to Kupang, welcome to Indonesia for some of the respectable speakers. First of all, my name is Andreas Ayub. I am majoring in communication, concentrating in public relations, and I have a question today regarding on how do we maintain our identity. Professor Sima had said it earlier that if we want to change, we have to be the change. And by that means that we have to have a strong identity. And we as Indonesia, our identity is Pancasila, which is a dream, as there is stated earlier. So we have to fake it till we make it in order to create the ideal country, which is based off Pancasila. Well, nowadays that our identity as a youngster, I'm seeing that has changed. Why is it has changed? It is because the impact of the communication information. For some of us, we can see that actually our identity right now is shaped by TikTok, by social media. It is, like Professor Beatrice had said earlier, it is dominated by the USA. And our identity as of right now is from what I see is shaped by their principles, by the Americans. But now, Professor Beatrice had suggested one suggestion to make our identity stronger is to create a new network. Now my question is that what is that new network? She also stated that we need to make bridges in those networks. What are the bridges that we need to create? And the last one is that our mainstream media is actually also dominated by them. And how do we dethrone them in order to protect our identity as we want it? I think that's pretty much my question. Thank you so much.
Can I start and then you continue? You continue. Hi, a beautiful question. I think so, you stand apart. You have already set us your identity. Let's clap for him. He spoke so well. The way you asked your question, I think so every other time, whenever somebody would be thinking, in case if you will be around, they'll ask you. So that's something what is there. But now the key question is that larger identity that we're talking about, identity of the nation, identity of getting bombarded by so much knowledge or superficial knowledge or just half knowledge by your TikTok and your this softer media, what is right, what is wrong, is something so much confusion there. Whether that we should accept traditional values, or if I'll do that, will I be called modern enough? That's a question. On the other day when I was speaking in Surabaya, there was a girl from Pakistan and she asked me a question that, ma'am, you talked about gender parity. I was talking with a lot of women-related data and men-related data, men and women comparative analysis with a lot of index work. But how about these other sexual orientations? What is there of the transgender? Because somewhere along the line when you see, all those things are also there. See, in Columbia University, we have 24 sexual orientations. But the question out here is, do we have that it's only the one passport of the world, that is Nepal, where you have the third gender written per se. In my university, where I do not know about your university, in my university, it was just 3 years back, we introduced the column, and then we debated for 3 months, we had meetings on whether to have that column, what should we write. Though we have Arjuna, who is there, we have a lot of mythological characters who come out with, so many other visible meaning with which we know we can definitely give a hand, but then it was decided, no, let's write others. Because till now, whatever we are doing, and now coming to your specific question on, so what is very important, and that emerged, first I'll talk with at macro level is that, first of all, we need to think of discourse. We need to think of deliberation. We need to think of, I'm not saying that you have to be critical, but come out with a critique and give a solution also. What do you want? So Samvad, what was written there, is something which is very important to discuss. But my request to each one of you, because tomorrow, Asia is the one which is going to rule the world in terms of younger population also. You all also have to see what is right and what is wrong. Something that may be right for a global north may not be right for global south. That identity of your nation, I'll just extend that word I with value system also. You also have to think about that. And what is right or wrong, it's not that ma'am has to tell you, or sir has to, or we all have to tell you. What is right or wrong for each one of you is what you can't share with your close one. If you cannot share anything with your close one, then do not do that. Not because you want to have that modern shape or demeanor of calling a modern being modern, chic, suave, cool, the words which you all have it in your younger generation. Where you aspire for. I'm not asking you to, like ma'am just now said that Christianity and then Muslim and all that. I mean, make your own judgment on the belief system. Read books. My request to each one of you is read and set up what you want to be, how you want to look like, who is going to be your role model. Biographies, autobiographies are all there. Have your own metal, which is definitely there. Say, for example, if I like Bhagavad Gita has 700 verses. And there are three major aspects of the Bhagavad Gita which always guide me. What are these three? One part, the first 6 chapters, are on karma. That means you have to work. Good karmas. Good work. And then the next is, so first of all, you need to decide what you want to be. Next 6 chapters are on acquiring knowledge. Acquire knowledge. And how will you acquire? You'll acquire the knowledge. That means you have to do whatever we are talking about, go in depth of that. Today, all the speakers who were there, even though some I was not able to understand because of the language, but I definitely liked, of course, and she was kind enough to explain it to me, few of them. But at the same time, the energy that was exhibited and the calmness, there were so many other things which were there, definitely there. So work hard, acquire knowledge, and the last 6 is the one which we all see. Ma'am, sir, all of us see what we expect from you, why we are exposing you to forum like this, so that you recognize that there is a problem. Problem is just next door. It's not that I have to look like I have to work hard. Ask these people to please give me a fellowship or a scholarship. Let me go to America or this global north, wherever, study there and then stay there. Learn there. I'm not saying don't go there. I went for my postdoc to Netherlands. I went outside. I go quite often outside nowadays. Acquire knowledge, but go back to your country. That's something which is so very important. And take it from me, at my age, as somebody who's many fold elder to you, if you do good karma, and if you have pious thoughts, and if you are focused, and you think of your micro level system, micro ecosystem, meso ecosystem, it will not become. Only thing is that when you're wasting time, work at that time. That's what it is. So my request to each one of you, I wish you all luck. Have faith in yourself. Make notes, give exams, but that is not enough. That is just for 3 hours. Work beyond that and decide what you want to do. And out here, another thing which I want to tell you is that you have enough teachers around you in your campus who are PhDs, who have exposure in France, who have exposure in so many other countries. Go to them, request them. Necessity is the mother of invention. It only said that, like, in case if you'll come to me, I may guide you something else. But learn more and also make us feel proud. Like ma'am was so proud that we have so many officials from this campus. So that you can all do it. You all can have identity, but your nation, but most important thing right now is that climate change is just next door. It's here. We are seeing that. We are seeing pain. We are seeing vulnerabilities. We are seeing marginalization. We are seeing rapes. We are having such negative data. Why is it there? Work on it. Strive hard and pray to whoever you believe in every morning that let me become top of the pyramid with that identity where I can make policies, make decisions, have people in my group so that I can change the world and make this place a beautiful place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sima, for the very important and beautiful message to all of us. Okay, is there any question? Okay, let's come to the front. Silakan maju ke depan.
So, good morning. My name is Margareta Rinaleso. I'm majoring in public administration. So, my question is for Professor Sima. I have gender-related question. Is that okay, Professor?
Yeah, absolutely. Love it.
So, gender is a really interesting topic for me, considering that gender is a topic I choose for my final project. So it's a condition that I have to fulfill in order to graduate. So like I have to like grab every piece of information I can get on gender related. So please bear with me.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I'm absolutely agree with your statement that we women do not want for many things. We only want equal rights. We only want 50-50, and that gender party discourse should have been ended like a long time ago, and gender-related problems should have been solved a long time ago. But here we are still with the same old topics and still debating the same thing about gender inequality. And you say that sustainable development goals are not achievable if half of the world's population is not as involved as the others. So my question is that why a country like Yemen are like on the bottom line on prosperity index? That's my question. And
Sorry, just repeat your question.
yeah, my question is that why a country like Yemen, with a country with largest gender gap, is a country with like the lowest prosperity index? And since you are an expert in geography, my additional question is that some kind of patterns of why most countries, top 10 countries with the largest gap of gender, come from Middle East? Middle East country? That's my question. And lastly, there's this term in Twitter where people really love to use. This term is mother. So I want to say you are really a mother. You are so mother. You are mothering so hard. It's a slang, like people on Twitter really love to use that. So I want to say that to you. You are so mother. And do you have do you have advice for us, men and women, to like with every little step we take to overcome this gender inequality? Thank you.
Lovely question. I'm so... Hello. It's such a lovely question. No, I want you to sit right in front, please. Yes. That's the identity for me. So now the key question is for all of you, boys and girls, men and women, is that gender inequality is a reality. And the sad part is, the first and foremost, the sad part is that we do not have data on gender, disaggregated data. And if you look around, many countries would not like to visualize that data too. So till the time we'll not have an information, how will we solve the issue? Many governments, I have made 3 atlases. 2 atlases I made for Ministry of Women and Child, Government of India. And I also made one recently, Women Empowerment Atlas, Science and Technology Perspective. But to collect data, to get data for government is very difficult. Why? Because each one of you and people like you are for me right now a representative of the world population. You do not report that data. First of all, somebody has to report that data. We have NCRB, we have many other places where the data is NFHS data, we have SOS data, and so on and so forth. And similar is the case in the Indonesia and all other countries also, and even developed countries. We do not have data. So be honest that there is a problem. Now, gender inequality, gender this thing, first and foremost, Yemen or Middle East, I'll not typically right now name the place, but yes, that's an issue because gender is a social construct. And there's one little word, whether we want to agree to it or not agree to it, starting with P, ending with Y, that's called patriarchy. We have patriarchal norms, we have patriarchal accepted norms which exist, and we need to work towards it. And the most painful information that is there everywhere is that 1 in 3 people are the ones who suffer violence, 1 in 3 women. And data is not only on that, data is on gang rapes also. And rape capital of the world is not any country in the global south. That is in a global north. But what is the difference? The difference is the media coverage, how they cover and how they respond and how they take it forward. Sad data is that, global data I'm sharing with you, is that around 97% of the heinous crimes related to women are done by the people who they know. And there's something called date rapes, and there's so many other things also. Is your brother, your uncle, your so on and so forth. Why is that the case? Then there are a lot of economic issues. In the COVID, if you look at the data in the COVID says that 70% women, 73.9% women in the world are the ones who were involved, engaged in helping as a caregiver. But it's only 2.9% women who were at the helm of the affairs, who were making decisions. Another data that says that 83% of the women are the ones who are there, who get first divisions or are university toppers. But when it comes to being vice chancellors and when it comes to this thing, or the helm of the affair, women are not there. This is very nice. This is not the normal case. So where is the disconnect? Where is the disconnect? The disconnect is that somewhere along the line, this right now, when you people are studying, it never ever occurred to you that she's a woman or she's a girl or she's a boy. This is what is the situation of a gender parity. But somewhere along the line, you'll come to know, and you'll come to know that you do not have an opportunities of the gender parity also. In many places, in the Middle East that you said, the data says that there in many places, what you have, even to apply for a passport, you have to take your husband's permission. In your country and in India, the good part is that after pregnancy and after giving birth to a child, we all get leave. But in America, that is not the case, and we all think in our minds that as if that is the role model. But gender mainstreaming is not happening. Livelihood opportunities are not there. Gender budgeting is not as much as it should be. Why is this not happening? Because ultimately, when it comes to decision making, the need is not there. So, you all have to strive with a research area where you can definitely bring a change. And I am telling you, in case, sometimes, I was recently working on a WHO project where I was working on finding safe spaces, healing spaces. Do women have spaces also to go and report wherever there are? So infrastructure, health-related infrastructure is also not there. This is just open. If you all want to be in a big business, this thing, your data says all those women in the global big companies, globally, women who are at the top have qualification much more than a man who is in that position. Why is that the case? So there are so many anomalies. Your change has to come from home. Change has to come from you all. Change has to come for your sister, for your mom, for anybody around. That is something which is very important. Education is one, but for me, more than education is changing the mindset of the society. That's the reason present day word is not that man or woman. It are to create gendered spaces. He can be more gendered than this lady. I don't know, I'm just saying that. Man can be more gendered than women. And why? And see, there's another NFH data in India says, women prefer boys to papa preferring boy. Fathers are fine with having girls. That's the reason sex ratio is so abnormal in many countries. You have more boys than more girls. Sex ratio is number of women per 1,000 men. Why is that the case? Strive hard, work hard, and boys also have a lot of problem. Look beyond binaries when you're defining gender. It's not the same. I mean, you have to look beyond that. But masculinity is another issue which I'll tell all the boys. And now I'm getting more into that also. And I was never into gender. My specialization is natural resource management and remote sensing and GIS. I got an award from ISRO also. I'm more of a scientist. But then slowly and steadily I got married into Punjab, a region in northern India. Then I started realizing, no, gender is actually an issue. Somebody who is educated, who is PhD, qualified, gone abroad, but I'm sad to share this with you, that when my first child was to be born, which is very sad statement to make also, and it invokes such bad memories because you asked such an honest question, I was relieved that my first child was son. Because so many questions were being answered, because I am from a daughter's family. So my mother-in-law always used to say, as you're from a daughter's family, you can never produce a son. So such sort of, sometimes violence comes in different shades. Violence comes in the shade of, just remember, I'll end my this thing, in the acronym PENS, that pen yet you write, that you have physical violence. Physical violence is at least visible. Emotional violence is not visible. Then you also have, neglect. Sometimes the smart thing that they do in a lot of homes, especially in the Middle East I was working on, is neglecting that person. Neglect, if you're here and nobody talks with you, is the biggest thing that can happen, and that's called mental torture. So that is something that's so very important. Sexual violence and on and on and on and on. But the last thing that I just want to tell you, in case you ever, boys and girls, pornographic data during COVID has increased. Why? Because lovely digital technologies have come your way. But just one thing that I want to tell you is, if anything wrong ever happens to a boy or a girl, please report to a close one and do not fall into that racket. Never do that. Come out of that trap, find supporters around you. There are nice people. Generally, people are nice. Do not go with an assumption. And when you go out, boys and girls, never have a drink from an open bottle. God bless you all. And if you ever have any question on anything, please, I'm already there. We all are already there to help you. God bless each one of you. Make this world a beautiful place.
Thank you so much, Professor Sima. I would like to give one more question to the audience. Okay, one in the back, please come to the front.
Cek. Baik, pertanyaan ini akan saya ajukan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia karena kedua teman tadi sudah menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Ini salah satu bentuk mempromosikan kekhasan Indonesia. Baik, terima kasih. Saya dari Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Fisip, Universitas Nusa Cendana. Nama lengkap saya Elfried Surya. Sebelum masuk pada pertanyaan, yang pertama, saya mengucapkan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya atas kepada semua narasumber yang sudah memberikan banyak materi yang saya rasa itu sangat luar biasa. Yang kedua, yang ingin saya tanyakan yaitu pertanyaan saya ditujukan kepada Bapak Dr. Rudi dan juga Ibu Dr. Kuni Bakri. Karena saya sering mengikuti Ibu juga di media sosial. Jadi pertanyaan pertama, ketika pembahasan kita tadi mengenai globalisasi, perkembangan politik luar negeri dan segala macam, ada satu hal yang kemudian saya mengikuti Ibu, yaitu terkait dengan pernyataan yang Ibu sampaikan mengenai keadaan geopolitik dunia hari ini akan sangat menghambat berbagai hal, baik itu di bidang politik, ekonomi, Sehingga yang saya tanyakan terkait salah satu program yang sangat mewah yang kemudian dilakukan oleh pemerintah Indonesia hari ini, yaitu IKN yang digelontorkan dana yang begitu banyak. Pertanyaan saya atau pandangan Ibu, apakah program tersebut punya relevansi yang baik dengan keadaan dunia hari ini dan juga bagaimana dampaknya untuk masyarakat Indonesia? Itu pertanyaan yang pertama. Terus yang kedua, ketika kita melihat dunia internasional hari ini, katakanlah seperti negara Amerika Serikat dan Cina yang kemudian melakukan berbagai banyak cara, atau negara-negara besar kemudian menghegemoni negara-negara kecil dengan caranya sendiri. Ketika kita lihat negara Indonesia, di dalam politik luar negara Indonesia itu bebas aktif. Pertanyaan saya atau pandangan dari Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, seharusnya yang dilakukan Indonesia itu seperti apa? Dengan pedoman politik luar negeri yang bebas aktif, dengan keadaan dunia di mana banyak tantangan seperti perang yang terjadi antara Rusia dan Ukraina, seharusnya Indonesia berada pada titik seperti apa, atau langkah apa yang seharusnya dilakukan oleh Indonesia sehingga dapat berdampak terhadap dunia nasional maupun Indonesia pada khususnya. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya. Saya berikan kesempatan kepada Ibu Koni dan Pak Rudi untuk menjawab.
Pak Didi saya dulu atau gimana? Oke. Jadi nanyanya IKN nih. Aduh, the most sexiest things that we have to be very careful talking about it. Tapi begini, IKN, I'm sorry I have to speak Indonesia because we are talking about our new capital city. Okay. So, Ibu Kota Negara itu baru saja diadakan kemarin seminar nasional oleh Lemhanas. Dan dalam seminar tersebut banyak pembicara yang mengusulkan kota itu seperti apa. Kalau untuk saya yang penting begini, membuat sebuah keputusan besar itu tidak boleh dengan tata berpikir yang linear. Kita hidup di dunia yang non linear sehingga maka kita harus melihatnya juga dari sebuah sistem yang terstruktur dan holistik. Jadi kalau pertanyaannya apa perubahan besar ketika kita memindahkan ibu kota dan dengan kaitan geopolitik dan lain-lain, itu pertanyaan harus jadi diajukan oleh adik siapa namanya tadi? Siapa?
Bisa diulang.
Kamu di depan deh sini. Siapa namanya? Oke, sekarang pertanyaan aku, kenapa kamu sangat tertarik nyanyi IKN? Kamu di depan aja biar gampang kita ngomong. Nah, jadi intinya adalah begini. IKN mungkin pengaruhnya jangan dilihat sebagai kenapa dia mesti pindah sekarang, apa pengaruhnya. Kalau itu kamu mendingan suratin Pak Jokowi atau bikin Instagram buat Pak Jokowi. Beneran, aku serius kalau itu, karena why-nya juga aku nggak tahu. Tetapi kalau kita bicara tentang sebuah ibu kota negara dengan sebuah ancaman geopolitik kawasan, ini nggak main-main. Ada risiko besar, saya sampaikan kemarin di Lemhanas, karena saya pembicara utama juga, saya sampaikan ada konsekuensi. Contoh ketika kita menerapkan UNCLOS. UNCLOS itu asalnya coba, itu kan tadinya kita zaman TZMKO itu cuma 3 mil laut. Lalu deklarasi Juanda 12 mil laut. Tiba-tiba kita menggolkan UNCLOS itu di dunia tuh sangat respect dan bangga kepada kita. Tetapi apa yang kita ikuti? Kita tidak menyiapkan our Navy, our Air Force, untuk menjaga apa yang kita tetapkan dan UNCLOS tadi. Contohnya seperti kita punya rumah lah, rumah saya kecil mungkin saya cuma perlu 1 satpam. Ketika rumah saya membesar, ya kan segede gedung apa saya perlu mungkin 10 satpam gitu. Jadi ada rasio itu yang mesti yang dipikirkan termasuk IKN. Jadi terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya, maka sekarang itu IKN menjadi penting untuk kita juga menuntut negara merubah tentara kita. Karena buat saya tidak mungkin kita menjadi sebuah negara yang katanya maritime fulcrum atau airspace or surface fulcrum ketika kita tidak memiliki tentara yang mampu menghadapi ancaman dari luar. During several meetings, international meetings that I had, one day I visit professor countries which is India for Delhi dialogue. This is for the example how the powerful nation can press us. Jadi in that meeting there's 11 Minister of Defense, ada beberapa semua tokoh-tokoh admiral dan lain-lain. They are making Quad. Waktu itu lagi bersiap-siap membuat the Quad. Lalu saya tanya, the Quad ini untuk apa? Dia bilang untuk protect semua kepentingan mereka ketika menghampiri sea line of communications or sea line of trade kita. Saya tanya lagi, Syllabus of Communication yang mana to be precise? Yang disebutkan Selat Malaka, Selat Alki 2 kita Makassar, dan juga Alki 3 kita. So my simple question, in that international forum with all the defense minister, you are talking about the threat of Syllabus of Communications, which is belong to us, and why don't you invite us to join you for the Quad? Itu kan very simple questions gitu. And you know the answer up to this minute, I never forgive that admirals. Karena the admirals who answered me is from Japan. He said to me like, you know what? Your Navy is not capable enough to join with us. Jadi sejak detik itu, kenapa saya menjadi orang yang dibilang anak saya sebentar lagi lu jadi Hitler kali. Karena cara lu berpikir tuh kayaknya perang melulu gitu. Tapi I have to take that side because I don't believe in soft power anymore. I'm sorry to say that. The world doesn't work that way. If the world work with the soft power, the UN will be succeeded. Nggak akan ada perang terjadi. Tapi the world is not like that. The fact is, my background is politik tapi dengan international relations because I took defense kan. The world is simply for me survival of the fittest. It happens. Mau di kampus, mau di dunia kerja Pak, di dunia bisnis, mau di dunia politik, even di dalam percaturan dunia, is survival of the fittest. So when you cannot fit, you're gonna be lost. As simple as that. Untuk Mbak yang nanya tadi tentang apa namanya gender, saya cuma mau tambahkan dikit Mbak ya. I don't know whether you'll see it or not, tapi saya menjadi Indonesia itu saya bangga sekali. Kenapa? Mbak boleh bicara soal gender, hebatnya seperti apa persamaan, but one thing for sure, Amerika yang demikian hebat mengangkat isu gender nggak pernah punya presiden perempuan. Kamala Harris itu sekarang baru jadi wapres pun nggak bisa banyak bicara. Kemudian kita punya tokoh-tokoh wanita kayak Malahayati, seperti Panglima Maharani, ini nggak banyak dimention, 34 sultanah dari Aceh. Semua hilang dalam sejarah, digerakkan oleh apa? We never think that the war we have to face dengan ilmu antropologi dan ilmu sosiologi. Semua perempuan Aceh yang hebat-hebat, Malahayati itu ke sekolah perangnya dari Turki. Kita nggak ada yang tahu kan, baru tahu ketika saya di Arsip Nasional, saya belajar tentang itu. Kenapa? Seorang ahli sosiologi dan antropologi itu bisa merubah persepsi orang berpikir. Snokhugronya masuk ke Aceh, memasukkan nilai-nilai Islam yang sebenarnya tidak juga melarang perempuan muncul. Sejak saat itulah 34 Sultanah Aceh tidak pernah disebut namanya. Demikian juga Kalinyamat yang dianggap malah perempuan nakal. Padahal maksudnya tuh dia bertapa telanjang tuh bukan telanjang badannya, tapi meninggalkan kemahkotaan kerajaannya karena dia ingin introspeksi, melihat dirinya dan bagaimana menghadapi Portugis waktu itu. So you have to be proud to become Indonesian. You don't have to catch for me. I'm sorry to say, Professor, but I'm not think that the gender equalities has to be 50-50 between men and women. No. When you are stand up, you believe what you know what you want, and you believe what you want, then you can become like the chosen one, and that is what I wish in every woman in this room, every man in this room. Be the chosen one. Nggak usah dipersoalkan mau 50%, 30%, 20%. This is my perception. Because once you are good, then you are good. Like Presiden Megawati Soekarno Putri, you know what? He can beat Americans. We have the president perempuan, nggak pernah. Di mana coba? Itu jarang sekali kan, apalagi di kawasan kita. Saya kira itu aja. We have the time limit. So looking forward to see you and then talk to you on my, I'm not into the modern things, but we are living in the modern world, that the way that I can reach Kupang friends, Kupang students is by the social media. So, but of course, this morning, Pak Darwis complained to me that he came to my hotel and he said that my name is not there. Of course, my name is not there. It's dangerous. I'm not going to share the secret things to everyone. But welcome to to communicate in every platform that we can, because then we have to follow that the modern world needs communications and better interaction between each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that is it for the first session.
Yeah.
Then we will continue in 2 p.m. for the second session.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just add one word. Thank you very much, Ibu Koni, Ibu Sima, Prof. Beatrice, Prof. Isaac. I am really happy because what I wish to do is realized. I mean, I will bring my friends to Kupang to share what they thought, what their knowledge, their reflection with the people in Kupang. That's my wish. So there's no need to conclusion. It's just sharing. It's just sharing our thought, our views, and we are happy with it. And I hope it's become an inspiration.
Especially I met the Trump, the new Trump.
Yeah, inspiration and engagement. What I wish is that the area like East Indonesia should also engage in the global issues. That's my wish. Thank you very much.
Mungkin acara berikutnya akan ada pengalungan selendang bagi Pak Darwis, Ibu Koni, dan Profesor Sima yang akan dilakukan oleh panitia. Sebelum kita masuk ke acara makan siang, ada pemberian souvenir dari kami panitia. Saya mengundang Pak Yoga sebagai Ketua Panitia. Ya. Baik, yang pengalungan yang pertama dilakukan oleh Bapak Yoga sebagai Ketua Panitia kepada Ibu Koni. Kita berikan tepuk tangan. Yang kedua kepada Profesor Sima yang akan dilakukan oleh Bapak Melkiadus sebagai Dekan Fisip. Ya, tepuk tangan. Kepada Pak Darwis akan diberikan oleh kepada Bapak Frans Gana.
Terima kasih.
Baik. Sekian telah selesai talk show kita yang sesi pertama. Nanti talk show sesi keduanya akan dimulai di jam 2. Dan sekarang saatnya kita istirahat makan bersama. Terima kasih.
Wait, which one is yours? No, you just pick one. This is mine. Ini untuk saya. Aha. Oh. Marina. Hey Marina. Please. Do you hear me? Oh. Hello, Marina. Do you hear me? No, she is not. Yeah, she is connected. Yeah, she has joined. But maybe she left for some time because we have not started yet. Hey, Bu Sandra. Come. Shall we start? It's already 6 minutes past. Okay. Pak Yoga, Pak siapa Efrem namanya. Kemudian Pak Elsit nggak muncul. Oh gitu. Oke. Terus Bu Sima. Wow, wonderful! It's it's amazing the technology. Okay.
Baik, selamat siang untuk kita semua. Terima kasih karena masih menyempatkan hadir di sini di dalam International Fisip Corner. Di sesi talk show yang kedua ini akan ada 5 pembicara. Yang pertama Pak Yoga, lalu ada Pak Efrem, lalu ada 3 pembicara internasional yang akan bergabung bersama kita melalui Zoom. Ada Profesor Marina Silina from Rusia, lalu ada Profesor Siguangin from China, lalu ada Profesor Bruna Druskri dari Polandia yang akan bergabung. Dari Prancis yang akan bergabung bersama kita melalui Zoom. Oke. Mungkin kita langsung mulai saja dengan sesi talk show yang pertama yang akan dimulai dengan Pak Yoga. Saya persilakan.
Baik. Good afternoon everybody. Lemas sekali. Selamat siang semua. Begitu habis makan, ya sudah dapat snack yang lumayan ya, lemas-lemas gini harus tetap ceria. Jadi saya pikir saya tidak berlama-lama terkait dengan tema ini. Saya izin juga kepada Prof. Sima. I present by using Indonesian or Bahasa because most of the students I think they can capture our language mostly by using Bahasa. Okay, thank you. Okay. I'll try to use a mix. Okay. Sure. Well, my material is very simple. I would like to introduce about the theme today about NAM BRICS, the turmoil in the global level, both political and economic, because nowadays we can see that Indonesians, we are surrounded by multiple great power, and we can, and I will try to capture from John Mersheimer realism offensive, and how Pancasila can guide us through that kind of situation, I think circumstances. Okay. Without banyak penjelasan, jadi teman-teman pasti sudah membaca apa sih NAM BRICS Asian, EU. Jadi tadi para speaker sebelumnya sudah banyak menjelaskan bahwa sebagaimana kita ketahui bahwa dunia saat ini sedang tidak baik-baik saja. The world we live in today is not in okay condition. Kenapa? Karena dunia sekarang sedang dalam processing yang bisa disebut sebagai rebalancing or restructuring. Why? Because the great power are try to rival. Jadi setiap great power di dunia saat ini, negara-negara besar sedang berival untuk mencapai level hegemoni. Jadi saya akan menjelaskan sedikit tentang bagaimana konteks atau fenomena dunia saat ini dengan menggunakan kacamata teori realism offensive dari John Mearsheimer. Jadi teman-teman pernah tahu konflik Ukraina-Rusia? Do you know why it happens? Tahu kenapa itu terjadi? It's because dunia sejak tahun 1990 pasca keruntuhan Uni Soviet sampai tahun 2008 dunia berada dalam kondisi unipolar. Unipolar itu artinya bahwa kepemimpinan dunia ditentukan oleh satu negara, yaitu Amerika Serikat. Dengan demikian, Amerika Serikat sejak dari tahun 1990 sampai 2008, dialah yang menentukan aturan internasional, dia yang menentukan kondisi internasional, dia yang menghakimi internasional, dan dia juga yang menjadi polisi dunia. Namun saat ini ketika the rise of China sebagai sebuah negara mulai rise, ini menimbulkan kontestasi ekonomi dan politik global di level dunia. Jadi kalau kita berbicara soal konteks, maka di dunia sekarang ini ada beberapa pemain besar di dalam ekonomi, politik, dan global. Yang pertama, US, Amerika Serikat dengan aliansi militernya yang disebut dengan NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, dan mereka punya aliansi ekonomi yang disebut dengan European Union. Di sisi lain, kita di Asia itu ada koalisi aliansi antara Rusia, China, Korea Selatan, dan Iran, dan kita punya di Asia punya namanya aliansi ekonomi yang disebut dengan BRICS. Persoalannya, kontestasi antara negara-negara besar ini telah mencapai pintu gerbang kita sebagai Indonesia. Jadi kalau kita menyadari benar bahwa tetangga kita Australia itu sudah membentuk aliansi militer dengan Papua New Guinea, New Zealand, dengan negara-negara persemakmuran yang disebut sebagai AUKUS. Di sisi lain, pada daerah Laut Cina Selatan or South China Sea itu terbentuk lagi aliansi yang disebut sebagai Quad. Itu antara Jepang, Korea Selatan yang dipimpin oleh Amerika Serikat. Di belahan Western Hemisphere, kita punya European Union dan kita memiliki yang disebut sebagai US-led NATO atau NATO Amerika dengan NATO-nya atau North Atlantic Organization. Praktis di dalam percaturan ekonomi politik global saat ini Indonesia sedang dikelilingi oleh berbagai macam aliansi yang sedang merebut tata atau kepemimpinan hegemoni dunia. Kenapa ini penting? Nah, kalau teman-teman pernah belajar tentang buku atau membaca bukunya John Mearsheimer, The Tragedy of the Great Power, tragedi negara-negara besar di dunia, di situ dijelaskan secara gamblang oleh John Mearsheimer bahwa sejatinya kita hidup di dalam sistem politik internasional yang anarki. Yang anarki artinya bahwa tidak ada aturan yang bisa mendamaikan hubungan antar negara-negara kecuali negara itu sendiri berusaha memaksimalkan power atau kekuasaannya dengan negara-negara lain yang pada akhirnya memaksimalkan kekuasaan itu sampai pada level hegemoni. Nah, Amerika sejak 18 tahun telah berupaya untuk mencapai level hegemoni. Nah, dengan demikian, pada teori John Mearsheimer ini dia menjelaskan dengan singkat bahwa negara yang tidak mampu membuat pengaruh internasional dia kuat, maka negara yang tidak memiliki pengaruh internasional atau offensive attack, maka dia hanya akan menjadi permainan dari banyak negara-negara berkekuatan besar. Kita bisa lihat saja pada tahun 1910 sampai 1945, 30-an, itu China berada dalam the Great Humiliation. Ya, jadi Cina negara yang besar itu berasa dalam kondisi dia dipermalukan. Begitu banyak rise of Western yang disampaikan oleh Bung Darwis justru menciptakan kerusakan di Asia. China dijajah, bahkan Hong Kong diambil alih, Macau, India, when the rise of West coming to the Asia, all of the Asian nations under occupied by the Western power. Dan itu menciptakan, menunjukkan bagaimana kontestasi atau hubungan internasional di Indonesia atau di dunia itu lebih bersifat anarki. Maka ketika kita berbicara soal tragedi atau berbicara dari kacamata Jones Mersheim atau offensive realism, maka kondisi Indonesia saat ini berada dalam kondisi titik nadir. Walaupun kita merasa tidak apa-apa, kita merasa hari ini fine, but kalau teman-teman menontonlah atau melihat berita di BBC, Shanghai or CNBC or at least Bloomberg, di situ bisa dilihat bahwa China Sea, Taiwan and China itu sedang dalam kondisi yang sangat panas dan perang bisa pecah kapan saja. Para ahli, para scholar kita menduga jika China jadi menginvasi Taiwan, maka 30% GDP di dunia akan mengalami penurunan. GDP dunia akan mengalami penurunan. Tentu hal ini akan berdampak pada kondisi ekonomi dan negara kita. Apalagi pada tahun ini Pilpres akan terjadi. Tentu the great power yang sedang bersaing secara politik global, mereka akan berusaha menarik Indonesia terseret dalam arus konflik. Dan mereka pasti akan berusaha menginvestasikan dana, uang untuk mempengaruhi para politisi kita agar bisa membawa Indonesia ke dalam satu pihak. Nah, inilah yang kemudian saya ingin meng-aware kepada teman-teman dan mahasiswa baik pada level lokal dan regional maupun level di Indonesia bahwa kita perlu melihat ini sebagai sesuatu yang tidak bisa biasa-biasa saja. Kenapa? Karena mungkin kita di NTT saat ini tidak terlalu terasa. But at least when China attack Taiwan dan kita Indonesia berada in the wrong side, that's gonna be a catastrophe for our country, I think. I believe that it is be a catastrophic disaster, a huge disaster to all of the people, termasuk kita, yang dimana every price of our economy will be soaring, akan naik, semua harga ekonomi akan naik, dan ini tidak hanya berdampak pada level ekonomi dan level politik. Namun di saat yang sama, pada saat Hari Pancasila, kita tidak melihat bahwa Indonesia sebagai negara yang memiliki politik bebas, luar negeri bebas aktif, itu menjadikan Pancasila sebagai barometer guidance di dalam penentuan kebijakan secara domestik dan internasional. Nah, ini yang akan menjadi masalah ke depan yang mungkin kita bisa diskusikan dalam diskusi kita kali ini tentang bagaimana kita harus sebagai Indonesia, or Mas Darwis, or maybe Prof. Sima with her experience, dealing with the problem of geopolitics that facing by our country today. Because as we know that all our neighbors had been joined the alliance. Malaysia joined the alliance of United Kingdom, of course, is part of the US. Singapore is part of the US also. And India will be, India and Indonesia will be dragged into one or other side. I believe that this kind of issue is not just not a tiny issue, but a huge issue that we need to understand, we need to comprehend in order to save our country and to increase the awareness not only the citizens, but our politicians during the elections of our presidential. I think that's all that I can provide or deliver to all the audience, and we can continue further in the discussion session. I return to Mr. Darwis.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Yoga. Jadi ini temanya tepat sekali dengan apa yang kita inginkan. Jadi tujuannya semuanya memberikan pekaan kepada kita semua bahwa kita itu tidak hanya menghadapi kehidupan sehari-hari yang sulit ya, masalah air. Tadi di hotel pagi tadi tidak ada air. Nah,
tapi juga menghadapi ancaman global. Jadi kita ini Pak Yoga saya kira memberikan PKA bahwa kita tidak cukup memikirkan kehidupan sehari-hari, tapi juga hal-hal yang makro, yang global, isu global yang itu akan berdampak pada kehidupan kita sehari-hari pada masa yang akan datang. Jadi itu saja komentar saya kira ini penting sekali untuk kita bicarakan. Nah, silakan terusnya siapa ini?
Baik, yang berikut saya persilakan Pak Efrem dari Program Studi Ilmu Komunikasi.
Cek satu. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity given to me. I respect the presenter and all attendants. Let deliver presentation in English. Here I will talk about Pancasila communication philosophy, reflection on the role of Pancasila towards the future of the world. Talking and reflecting from a philosophical point of view, the philosophy of communication will never be separate from the initial question. First, what is the basis of ontology, epistemology, and axiology that underlies communication with the basis of Pancasila? Second, how does the reflection of Pancasila communication philosophy view various global issues about our existence, the Indonesian nation, and our role for the global future? First, what is the ontological basis of Pancasila? Pancasila contains 5 precepts, namely 1. Belief in the one and only God, 2. Just and civilized humanity, 3. Indonesian unity, 4. Democracy led by wisdom and representative deliberation, and 5. Social justice for all Indonesian people. Based on the historical approach, the 5 Pancasila perspectives originate from the culture values of the Indonesian people, which have become the principle of life for the people of the archipelago and ontological or anthropological basis. A monopluralist being is defined a compound being which contains monodual natural compounds within itself with elements including the first, composition of physical and spiritual nature. Second, natural nature, namely as individual creator and as a social creator, and the 3 natural position, namely as a personal being that is independent or standing alone, as well as being a creator of God Almighty. From the ontological or anthropological view above, it can be concluded that Pancasila values are demands of a natural elements and elements of Indonesian human. Therefore, every Indonesian human being has a natural responsibility to carry out Pancasila values as part of his own natural demands. In this context, the ontological philosophy of Pancasila emphasizes 3 relationships that are fundamentally natural, namely the relationship with God, the relationship with fellow human beings, and the relationship with objects, which are divided into 3 elements, namely inorganic or inanimate object, vegetative or living things, and animal or animals. If we place the ontological philosophy of Pancasila in the context of interaction or communication, then the ontological philosophy of Pancasila emphasizes 3 forms of manifestation of obligation to communicate naturally from Indonesian society, namely the obligation to always communicate with God, communicate with oneself and fellow human beings, and communicate with all natural of environment materials. Human communication with God is illustrated by acknowledgement of God's existence, where it can be measured with person praise, and life as a journey of faith in God. Human communication with oneself is reflected in the meditation activities, taking care of oneself, forming a smart, authoritative personality, maintaining health and trying to respect one's own life. Communication with other fellow human beings is manifested in the relationship of interaction and communication with other people in harmony in the social life of the community, nation and state, and finally, communication with element of object, both living and inanimate object by forming healthy and environmentally friendly living behaviors, maintaining a clean quality of life, providing protection for nature, utilizing natural resources properly and correctly, caring for, feeding animals, healing, looking after of other living things, preserving living things and the natural surroundings, both on land and in the air of those in water. What is the basic epistemology of Pancasila? In principle, there are three issues in the discussion of epistemology, namely, first, relate to source of human knowledge, second, regarding the theory of human truth, and third, regarding the nature of human knowledge. Regarding the source of Pancasila knowledge, it has been described above that Pancasila percepts originate from Indonesia people as their ontological or anthropological basis. Therefore, it can be said that the values of Pancasila are the result of work, creation, and a sense of Indonesian human initiative, wrote the composition, nature, and position of Indonesian human nature, because it is form of Indonesian human culture. And then, how the five principles of Pancasila reflect of a global life. Ya, bagaimana 5 sila kemudian merefleksikan tentang kehidupan global. Kita lihat dari sila yang pertama. Ketuhanan yang Maha Esa, believe in God. The basic value of the first precept of Pancasila states 3 things. The first acknowledgement, the existence of God. The second, emphasizes the urgency of building a relationship with God. And third, emphasizes the pattern of building relationship between people who believe in God. The things that are opposed and criticized from value are attitudes and action that are anti-God. The elaboration of precepts of belief in one and only God, relation to Pancasila communication ethics, emphasizes the importance of interacting of communication vertically between human and God, and horizontally between fellow human beings who have faith or religion. In this urgency room, where principle of freedom is emphasized for everyone to build and carry out communication with God. However, regarding the mechanism at the procedure of communication with God, it is very much determined in the faith tradition of its religion or belief system itself. Therefore, it does not need to be debated or limited. The most important things to respect as other tradition. At the global level, the first precepts looks specifically at the roots of religion conflict that occur in the world. To although some religion fight over doctrinal difference, most conflict system from more secular cause. The desire for political power, struggles for resource, ethnic rivalries, and economic rivalries, religion is actually a sacred thing that shall not be ridden by any interest. This is the Pancasila religious way of thinking in the context of the religion's world. Second precept, sila kedua, just and civilized humanity. The word civilized actually comes from the word adab. which emphasizes the existence of cultural customs. In every indigenous community, there are values that are believed of agreed upon as the cultural values of that society. Cultural customs are usually sacred because they being all individual component. Individuals who obey customs are usually called culture individuals and eventually from a civilized society. The affirmation of the second precept of Pancasila includes the first three things. The affirmation that the main values of the people, of the nation and state of Indonesia are based on the principle of humanity, justice, and civility. The second emphasizes the urgency of quality of religion between Indonesian people must be based on just and civilized human values. And third, emphasize norms and ethics for the development of just and civilized human relation. At the global level, in my opinion, justice can be reflected in two important ways. Ya, keadilan dapat direfleksikan dalam dua pengertian. Pertama, keadilan sebagai seimbang. Fair means balance or equal. The quantity and quality a man gets in the world, that amount a woman should get. Ya, kualitas dan kuantitas yang didapat oleh seorang pria harus diberikan secara sama, secara seimbang kepada seorang wanita. Ya, itu pengertian dari keadilan yang pertama. Kemudian keadilan yang kedua adalah apa? Sesuai dengan kebutuhan. Kebutuhan orang Eropa dan kebutuhan orang Eropa, orang Asia dengan orang di pedalaman Afrika tentu berbeda. Ketika kita memberikan kepada orang Eropa, orang Amerika yang sudah maju, apa yang menjadi kekurangan mereka, itu tentu saja akan lebih sedikit jumlahnya dengan ketika kita memberikan sesuatu kepada orang di pedalaman Afrika. Mereka akan merasakan pemberian yang begitu besar ya. Dan di situ dapat dikatakan bahwa itu adil, itu sesuai dengan kebutuhan mereka. Kemudian sila ketiga, ya, the unity of Indonesia. The principle of Indonesian unity is a key reference rather than an ethical assessment of the Indonesian nation. Communication which oriented towards the common good in order to strengthen a struggle to achieve a strong, prosperous, just, and prosperous nation. There is one principle that is emphasized from the principle of Indonesian unity in relation to the ethics of Pancasila communication, namely the principle of unity. Pancasila by Soekarno was also referred to as the ideology of unity. As an ideology of unity, Pancasila is not an ideology that is individual or a certain class ideology. Therefore, as a society, Pancasila need to constantly promote national unity and integrity. The fundamental things of this principle is communication that contains hateful content, or often called hate speech, both internally among the people of nation in state of Indonesia itself and with other nation. The word unity can be reflected as togetherness in realizing one goal. Let's just say the current global is not just fighting the COVID pandemic. It's over, but there is still huge impact left behind. If there is unity here to solve problem together, then I'm sure everything can be resolved properly. Ya, pandemi COVID mungkin sudah berakhir, tapi dampaknya masih dirasakan sampai saat ini. Ya, dengan memahami sila ketiga ini, apa sumbangannya untuk dunia yang sedang ya dalam tanda kutip sembuh dari penyakit COVID, dari dampak COVID, itu bisa saja menjadi suatu hal yang akan mengarah pada kesembuhan total ya untuk seluruh masyarakat dunia. Kemudian sila keempat, a democracy led by wisdom in representative deliberation. The operational form of the fourth precept of Pancasila in communication ethics emphasizes several principles, which include first, principle of freedom. As a modern democratic country, the Indonesian state is a country that can be said to be legal state and accepts and guarantees from freedom of communication for its people. Space for freedom is given because it is considered a natural demand of every human being to communicate or interact with other elements of life. Freedom, our freedom, Indonesian people, is a measurable freedom. Freedom that is under regulation for the common good. What does it mean that one person gets the freedom to do everything, but other people are oppressed because of it? Real freedom exists when the whole society collectively says we are free, not I am free. Ya, kebebasan didapat ketika kita bersama-sama mengatakan kita bebas, bukan saja satu orang yang mengatakan saya bebas. Apa artinya satu orang mengatakan saya bebas ketika banyak orang masih tertindas? Ya, itu satu sumbangan besar untuk dunia ya. Kita lihat banyak sekali masyarakat di dunia ini yang tertindas, ada kaum penguasa dan ada kaum bawah. Ya. Itu kemudian ketika memakai bingkai Pancasila, terutama sila keempat, kita akan melihat bahwa di situ kita temukan kewajiban keharusan untuk kemudian menjadi adil. Ya, yang di bawah perlu untuk sedikit naik derajat, menemui kaum kelas atas, dan begitu pun yang kaum kelas atas juga perlu turun derajat sedikit untuk sama dengan kaum yang naik dari bawah. Kemudian sila kelima, social justice for all the people of Indonesia. The operational form of appreciating the fifth precept of Pancasila in the ethical dimension of communication emphasizes several principles, namely the first principle of social justice, that all communication process carried out must refer to and reflect the principle of social justice. In simple terms, the principle of social justice emphasizes effort to prioritize social interests rather than the interests of group, families, and individuals. At the global level, the media is the key to communication, but at the same time, it can also lock our communication to be silent and silent according to the will of the authorities. Who is he? He is us. Fellow human who are not yet aware of the importance of together, bonum commune. Ya, pada konteks tersebut bisa kita refleksikan dengan kehadiran media sebagai metaforanya sebagai pisau bermata dua ya, pedang bermata dua. Yang di satu sisi bisa menguntungkan kita, tetapi di sisi lain pada waktu tertentu mungkin akan memakan habis kita. Ya, media saat ini kita anggap sebagai kerabat, tetapi di saat yang sama kita sedang menyimpan bom waktu yang kapan saja bisa meledak. Ya, apa yang kita posting saat ini belum tentu akan sebagus ketika kita melihatnya di waktu yang berbeda. Saat SMP saya memposting foto saya, tetapi saya akan sangat malu ketika saya sampai ke bangku kuliah dan melihat kembali foto tersebut. Ya, itu juga bisa menjadi satu bahan untuk orang membuli kita. Ya, di situ kita sudah melihat bahwa dengan sendirinya apa yang kita posting sudah menyerang kita kembali. Ya, media sebagai pisau bermata dua. Ya, dalam tataran global juga media adalah kunci komunikasi, tapi sekaligus bisa mengunci komunikasi kita. Untuk diam, untuk membisu, dan bungkam seturut kemauan sang penguasa. Pertanyaannya, siapakah dia penguasa itu? Dia adalah kita, sesama manusia yang belum sadar akan pentingnya kebersamaan. Bonum commune. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pak Efrem. Let us proceed to the next speaker, Professor Bruno Dreski from Polandia.
Online or not? Is it online?
Sudah online atau belum?
Can you see on the screen?
Profesor Marina. Profesor Si Guangyin from China.
No,
Sudah bergabung?
will be the last. Huh? Can you see on the screen or not? Huh?
Bisa tolong ditampilkan di screen, mungkin biar bisa disaksikan bersama.
Nah, apakah siapa yang sudah hadir di sini? Huh?
Profesor Marina Shilina from Russia.
Do you hear me? Marina. No. Well. Marina, do you hear me? Oke. Ya, sambil menunggu Marina, saya kasih komentar kalau boleh.
Silakan.
So I will just give comment to your talk about communication information. I think it is very, very important in the context of geopolitics, because as you know, during the colonial period, the West controlled the world by 5 modes of colonialism, which is territorial control by military control, and then exploitation of the people and the land, and then imposing cultural, political, economic, cultural model, and then this racial discrimination, and then replacement of the local people by the people from Europe. This is the 5 modes of colonialism. But now, this colonialism ended. The West continues to dominate the world by another 5 points. First, science and technology. Who can go to the moon? Nanotechnology, vaccine, etc., etc. It's still the West who dominate this. Second, financial architecture. We just talked about this morning the control of finance by IMF, World Bank, etc., etc. And third, information, communication, media. Now, who owns the Google, Facebook, all the social media? Who control all this? And then if we talk about press agency, you have Reuters, CNN, BBC, ABC, all are the West. And we are just followers. And we are directed by these hegemonic tools. And the fourth tool of domination is mass destructive weapon. Nuclear arms, hydrogen bomb, chemical bomb, etc., etc. Who control all of this? And the fifth is the control to natural resources. Maybe we are rich, we have petrols, we have nickels, we have copper, we have gold. But if we do not have technology, we do not have finance, then we will be controlled by others. So this is 5 tools of domination in the post-colonial period. Now we are inside. So when you talk about communication, information, media, it is exactly in this the core of the problem. Can we control our own communication, information, media, or shall we be followers, consumers of what are created and managed by others? So this is, I think this issue is very important. So let's see if Professor Marina is there or not. Yeah, Marina. She's there, but there's no voice. No, what happened? Oh. Okay. Well, and Bruno is not there. Maybe Sima, you want to give a comment? Or just you want to be listener? Yeah, okay. So there's no other speakers, I suppose, because Marina is not there. Chiguang is not there because he is supposed to come at 3:30 because he has courses before. Yeah. Let's why what happened with Marina? Why it doesn't connect or what? Yeah. I mean there are two speakers, Bruno and Marina, but Bruno did not confirm and Marina did not connect. I don't know what happened.
I think we just proceed with the discussion on the topic. I would like to give chance to the participant to ask some question. Ada yang ingin bertanya? Oke. Ada lagi yang sebelah sini? Tidak? Oke, silakan Ayub.
Baiklah, terima kasih banyak Ibu Sandra atas kesempatannya. Since my question is gonna be directed untuk Pak El, jadi Pak Efrem, I'm sorry, mungkin saya akan proceed. Maybe I'm just gonna proceed in bahasa Indonesia if that's okay. Okay. Jadi untuk kasih konteks saja, pertanyaan saya adalah, how does the implementation of Pancasila as the guiding principle of the Indonesian nation contribute to addressing and managing our diversity? Bagaimana penerapan dari Pancasila sebagai kita punya prinsip itu akan memberikan kontribusi dalam memanage kita punya perbedaan. Nah, perbedaan di sini yang saya ambil adalah salah satu isu yang kita semua sebagai masyarakat global itu aware of, tetapi saya melihat di Indonesia sendiri kita tend untuk menutup mata. Hal tersebut berkaitan dengan di LGBTQ. Karena Indonesia sendiri belum memberikan statement yang pasti soal posisi Indonesia, whether we accept it or we bend it. Jadi kita di sini tuh sama sekali belum punya, belum menanggapi gitu. Nah, seperti yang tadi sudah sempat dikatakan oleh Profesor Sima, kalau misalnya di-ignore itu pasti akan sakit. Nah, begitu juga kalau misalnya kita memberikan sebagai government, kita punya tanggapan berkaitan dengan LGBT, nah kita itu tidak bisa kemana-mana. Karena satu, kalau misalnya kita accept, tentunya itu akan menjadi sebuah uproar juga. Karena kita, Indonesia merupakan negara yang mayoritas muslim. Di mana kita tahu Muslim stand berkaitan dengan LGBT itu mereka sangat ngeban, ya mereka prohibit. Jadi kita tidak mungkin memaksa mereka untuk menerima LGBT and the whole idea of LGBT. Sedangkan kalau misalnya kita menolak, nah itu pasti orang-orang yang merupakan bagian dari LGBTQ itu pasti juga bakal raging ya. Nah, hal tersebut bisa saja digunakan oleh orang lain di luar sana untuk bilang kita hipokrit karena kita punya slogan ya Bhinneka Tunggal Ika berbeda-beda tetapi tetap satu. We are united in our diversity. Tetapi ya kalau misalnya kesempatan tersebut tadi diambil, kita tahu kalau misalnya orang-orang yang tend untuk menerima di LGBTQ community adalah orang-orang Kristen. Kita tahu kalau misalnya orang-orang Kristen itu letaknya itu di Indonesia Tengah sampai Indonesia Timur. Mereka bisa menggunakan itu sebagai amunisi untuk mematahkan kita punya negara. Jadi pertanyaan saya sekarang, apa yang harus kita lakukan sebagai government? Apakah kita harus memberikan tanggapan legal gitu atau should we just ignore it? Sekian aja Pak, terima kasih.
Okay. The question from Ayub, basically how our government stand in the LGBTQ, as Ayub say, is going to be a problem in Indonesia country. But on the other hand, there's this unity in diversity. But if we choose to not stand with the LGBTQ community, then we as a nation, basically does not support unity and diversity. So what do you think about that? And also, maybe in India, because LGBTQ community is a talk in a global scale. So aside from Indonesia, what do you think in Indonesia? In India, I'm sorry.
Because he said that Indonesia being Muslim majority, and while the orthodoxy or the official doctrine of Islam, of course, reject the LGBT. So that's problematic, while other part of Indonesia, they Christian majority, etc., etc. So the question as he raised is how can be Indonesia consistent with its principle of unity in diversity. And how about India?
Hi. Sometimes it happens that what looks nice on the other side is actually not belief system, religious community, and other places are there. Yeah. Okay, hello, thank you. So, religious beliefs and whatever is accepted, first scale is acceptance. I like that unity in diversity. In India also in case if a small child, second-class child, is asked to write an essay, that person will be taught if you write an essay on India, India is a diverse country, big country, 7th largest, and there exists unity in diversity, and so on and so forth. But the key question is, even in India, then I come to Indonesia. Even in India today, it is not that it is accepted by everybody. But yes, slowly and steadily, people have started talking about it. Say in my college, Kirodimal College, where I teach, for last 10 years now, we have a society, we've created a society called Parivartan. Parivartan means change. And there, students come and they are very open in discussing all that. And we have queer parade, etc., etc. But again, I should not say it is accepted. It is right, it is wrong. Can it be discussed openly? Yes, today parents are accepting it. And this is something which we are talking about, and you have today that community which is built, and everyone is aware in Delhi University and in other places, where are those places which exist and all that. But in some countries, you have gay marriages and you have other marriages which are so accepted. But that is not the case in Asia, for that matter, in a larger group. And it is up to the community, it is up to the country. Of course, it is because of no mistake of that particular individual. This is neither a disease nor something, it's an orientation. And a lot of people have different belief about this and different interpretation also about it. I have a lot of discussion about that in my college and my colleagues, senior colleagues and all that, and everyone says that, thank God, my son or my daughter is the one who is not into this. I mean, you may love to speak when you have a mic in your hand, and you may look very sway when they come. But it is, of course, incorrect. But always remember, freedom. Freedom is one word which is very loaded with a lot of responsibility. Freedom doesn't mean that you can drive a car even, in case if there's a red light. You can do anything every time. Freedom is something which should not at the cost of anyone. And freedom is not something which should say, now you also out here in this university also, you may be having students from rural community, you may be having students from urban community. And you may be having students who are affluent, you must be having students who are not so affluent. So there's a diversity there. You must be having students, some for whom eating, say, like today, I am vegetarian. You all gave me a different food. You never, no, we are having only this, so you should take it, and this is the only thing. Why are you not taking it? You never questioned me. You gave me that respect. You gave my own belief system or my taste buds, that particular, you respected that. And you got that lovely food for me, which I enjoyed. So that is what is called, it's not that so freedom and expression. But yes, my request to a larger community is, in case if your child is coming to you, son or a daughter, and is sharing, or your student, or your anyone who is an elder, who is guardian, if a child is coming to you and is talking to you, please discuss. Discuss. This is an issue. So why not? Discuss it openly, take it forward, and but if somebody else is getting disturbed, say you have your grandparents, great-grandparents at home sometimes, and people may say, yes, love marriages are very common. They're great, I can take my partner straight away to my home. But when the elders are there and all that, and in case with the sensibilities, same person, if living in, say, America, may be having a partner living in the same room with that person, that's accepted. But when you go to your own roots for a wedding and all that, you all try, it's not that you don't want to tell anybody or you're just respecting the value system of the other person. If something is not affecting the other person, then why do you make a hue and cry on it? But at the same time, now when you have this thing, so I'll just add another thing. Sometimes it happens that your friend has gone through a very bad experience, very bad violence act and all that, and you all, please help your friends. You all, the ones who are here, because today media is saying something, even your understanding is something. As I said, 24 sexual orientations, I mean, on the other day only, it's just that because I was there in that university and I had to make a presentation, I was there for 15 days. So we worked on that and all that. And when I went home and I made a questionnaire and gave it to my students, even if I give you a questionnaire just now, to each one of you to please tell me the number of sexual orientations which are there, you may not be knowing it also. So sometimes it's not that it's something yes, we should be aware, you should be knowing something. It's not that you should be knowing everything. Know it, stop, and then, but yes, I repeat and I reiterate, if there is any issue, if there is some mother say like rape, sometimes it happens like, it's not something to be outcast and all that. In case if something has happened to your friend, please give a supporting hand. Be a supporting hand to your friend. Guide him or her, or you don't want to be called him or her, whatever. Okay, thank you.
No, I think. Thank you, Sima. I think the question, how about at the level of law? Because it's in the civil law, if it is allowed to be juridically to be belong to third gender, for example. How about in India?
In India, it is now very much a part of our law system. It's recognized. We have data also that's being collected. But yes, it was number of debates which had taken place in the parliament. And with lot of incidents from Mahabharata, lot of other things which were given. And there was one class who was saying, no, this is something which is not accepted at all. They are the ones who are just this thing. But yes, today it is accepted. We have laws. We have accepted community. We also have a lot of decisions where they, they can be, they're recognized. They're recognized as a community. Yes.
Yeah, I will give just a comment. Traditionally, outside these big religions from outside Indonesia, Christianity, Islam, etc., etc., in our society, there's always transgender, either in Java or in Bugis. There is what's called bisu, who is transgender. In our society in Java, we have also, and on the puppet in the Mahabharata, you have figures, Kenyawandu, and Samar. We talk about Mahabharata with Sima. I don't know if you know about Mahabharata. I think Yoga knows. In Mahabharata, you have Pandava. The family of Pandava, 5 brothers. In India, in Indonesia, besides these 5 brothers, there is 4, how do you call it, servitors, for fellows. Yeah. And the father of these 4 is hermaphrodite. He doesn't have wife, but he has 3 sons. The father is Semar, and then the 3 children is Gareng, Petro, dan Bagong. So this is how this in my mythology it exists, the transgender, or let's say LGBT, etc., etc. So this, but with the religion coming from outside, especially from Middle East, the monotheist religion is black and white, either right or wrong, and then you have only 2 genders, man and woman, and the third gender is not recognized, even forbidden. All the people who has a tendency toward other gender is considered ill and to be rehabilitated, something like that. That's my comment.
But that's incorrect. Yeah. And like, the way you said, see, all mythology, like, for us, Ganga, Ganges, has given birth, like, just looking at the sunlight. So, I mean, so there, that logic, the common logic of the common people doesn't work. Yeah? Yeah. You all want to say something?
Baik, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya ya. Beberapa hal sudah dijawab oleh rekan-rekan pemateri saya, tapi ada ya kurang lebih beberapa hal juga yang akan saya tambahkan. Saya tidak berbicara dari bagaimana Pancasila mengatakan sesuatu, saya berbicara dari perspektif saya berdasarkan permenungan saya terhadap Pancasila, ya, mengerti perbedaannya, ya. Kalau secara praktis dalam sila-sila dalam Pancasila ini, kita lihat secara praktis, saya pikir tidak ada hal yang cukup bersinggungan erat dengan persoalan LGBT. Namun kalau kalau sila pertama ketuhanan yang Maha Esa, kalau seandainya orang yang menganut paham LGBT bahkan mempraktekannya, mereka tetap memiliki kepercayaan kebatinan kepada Tuhan, apa masalahnya? Ya. Yang kedua, kemanusiaan yang adil dan beradab, ya. Kalau mereka beradab, berlaku baik, kenapa tidak? Lalu keadilan sosial, mereka memberikan keadilan dan di saat yang sama mereka menerima keadilan dari bangsa. Lalu yang terakhir? Kemanusiaan yang adil dan beradab, ya. Yang terakhir. Keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Ya itu tadi, mereka memberi keadilan kepada orang lain dan mereka juga menerima keadilan, apa masalahnya? Yang menjadi masalah adalah ketika mereka secara tahu dan mau melanggar hukum yang ada di Indonesia. Melanggar kepentingan bersama. Ya. Mengganggu orang lain, melawan hukum. Nah, itu baru hemat saya itu baru saat itu dilarang, ya. Itu dari kacamata saya. Tetapi itu secara pribadi. Tetapi ketika memakai cara berpikir yang sedikit filosofis, ya, filsafat jelas secara tegas melarang dengan tegas LGBT, ya. Karena apa? Hanya ada dua, maskulinum, femininum, ya. Pria, wanita. Tidak ada masku femininum atau femini maskulinum, tidak ada, ya. Secara jelas. Dan karena apa? Kita bangsa Indonesia merupakan tempat di mana ada keberagaman dan karena itu banyak pengaruh agama yang kemudian bercampur di dalam Indonesia, ya. Ada hal positif yang kita dapat, tetapi di sisi lain kemudian hukum-hukum agama ini bercampur, ya. Bercampur, mereka masuk semua sampai merambah pada tata aturan Indonesia. Sehingga ketika ada isu-isu tertentu, ya, otomatis tidak hanya memakai otak bangsa ini saja untuk membedah isu itu, tetapi ada campuran dari otak-otak agama. Ya, tentu saja dengan memakai ajaran, tradisi dan lain-lain. Dan di sini, ya, mereka memiliki pertimbangan masing-masing untuk pertimbangkan apakah suatu isu, apakah LGBT ini boleh tidak. Dan setahu saya, kalau ya dari beberapa agama yang setahu saya yang lain saya tidak tahu, mungkin dari Protestan, Muslim atau Katolik, itu yang saya tahu, ya, saya tidak tahu yang lain. Itu mereka melarang dengan tegas, ya, pengingkaran terhadap persona. Personae artinya apa? Maskulinum dan femininum, laki-laki dan wanita. Diselidiki dari tradisi manapun dalam agama itu, tidak akan dapat yang setengah-setengah, ya, atau melanggar. Tapi ketika mereka hidup dalam masyarakat secara lebih umum, secara praktis saja, ketika mereka membayar pajak, melaksanakan kewajiban, mendapatkan hak, ya fair aja, begitu. Oke, itu saja dari saya. Terima kasih. Kembalikan.
Pak Yoga,
Sure.
would you like to add something?
Mungkin I would like to answer. I think that if we talk about LGBT at law level, I think it's a rather complicated and a complex to be answered. But if you say that if LGBT existency in the society could be accepted, I think they are accepted well in our society. There is no any persecutions for LGBT or transgender. I think that we can see many transgender around us and there is no any persecutions, any violations from the society. But when we talk about at law level, could be Indonesia adopt LGBT law for the LGBT. I think that if we talk about Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, if we look back at the history, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is not formulated for the LGBT. The history of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is to harmonize the living between Hindu and Buddha at the time. As we know that in the past, there is two great kingdoms in Java. First is the Hindu kingdom, and the second is Buddhist kingdom. That's why, if you see the Borobudur temple is built by the Hindu architects named Rakai Pikatan. Rakai Pikatan is a Hindu, but he helped to build a Borobudur, which is a Buddhist temple. And if you look back at the Yogyakarta, you can go and see Plausan Temple. Plausan Temple is a Hindu architect, but for the Buddhist temple. And there is a reconciliations between Hindu and Buddhist, and later on, when you study about Majapahit, the religion of Majapahit is not either Buddhist or Hindus, but Shiva Buddha. Shiva Buddha is a syncretism between Hindu and Buddha and form a new religions. And therefore, when we look back at the history, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is not for LGBT. Because at the time, our kingdom is not, there is no issue of LGBT. Secondly, even the scientists is still debate about what is LGBT. LGBT is a form of psychological error in human being. I mean, psychological that everyone once in the past he likes women, then he turned to like women and men, or LGBT is an error of our DNA. That is a great question, and until today, the scientists cannot answer whether the LGBT is a state of psychological error or DNA error. Why? Because there is so many evidence support the first argument that LGBT is psychological error. Many people at first, they are men like woman, and then when he grew up, men love man. But of course, if we say that LGBT is a psychological error, then we can turn it back to be a man love woman. Then LGBT is a health issue, right? But if LGBT is a DNA error, that's a big question. Does our Creator make an error in our DNA and gene? And that debate, it's beyond science, but also be a part of the debate in our cleric, in our religion scholar. And that is the hot topic, and I think until today, there is no great resolution or great reconciliations between two different arguments, between scientific and religions. And because of that, I think that even when we talk about Pancasila, as long as it is not make disharmony in our society, then LGBT is not a big issue. But of course, when we talk about LGBT in low level, and whether it can be married man to man formally from the state perspective and religion's perspective, I think it is still debatable. And therefore, for the future, until today, even science cannot sure about what cause people become an LGBT. Does it a psychological error because of a bad experience in the past? Or there is some kind of error in our DNA because of our 100,000 millions of evolution? I think that's a great answer. If we can answer that, I think the topic of LGBT can be clear answered. I think that is a very, very difficult topic. Yeah.
I'm not challenging you, but I'm just telling you that please take out from this conversation the words like error, or you have to be ashamed about it and all these things. Science has gone ahead number of times, but go ahead. If the thought has come, think about it, discuss, have a scientific doctor being called and take it forward. Bring more clarity to this discussion. Of course, not at the cost of freedom of your institute, not at the cost of freedom of your teachers, not at the cost of freedom of your classmates. But do it. You know, the biggest thing of an academic institute is teacher's job is not to create textbooks. Teacher's job is not to give you a ready-made answer. If teachers have invoked your curiosity, that's win-win. Our job is only to invoke your curiosity. And today these search engines gives us so much that we all get confused. This is also right, that is also right. So filtering is the art. But yes, there are no negative tags attached to it. Accept it. But take it to that degree till your society takes it forward. Or pray and work hard, acquire those positions where you acquire a position of making a policy and bringing changes. That's what. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers. I think to pull from Ayub's question about LGBT community and whether it is, quote, a problem, and where Indonesia stand and where our governance stand, and should we support it or not? Is there a talk that should be taken place? I think it is too late for us to ask question whether LGBT community should be accepted or not. Is it a psychological problem or is it in our DNA? Because it is happening now. It is our... Oh, okay. Ada pembicara yang sudah bergabung? Oh, okay.
Hi, Grajong. Grajong. Do you hear me? No, Grajong is just joining.
Yes, I can hear you, but I don't have an answer, any questions. It's coincidence.
So, Grajong is a professor of political sciences in Naval Polish Academy of Naval in Gdynia in Poland. He is not supposed to be speaker, but he joined us. So I will invite him to speak. Do you agree to give your view on these issues of the convergencies and divergencies of non-alignment, BRICS, European Union, ASEAN, etc., on global future? As European, maybe you can speak from European perspective. What do you think about these convergencies and divergences of EU, ASEAN, non-alignment, etc., on global future? What do you think?
Thank you for the voice. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
But we don't see you. We don't see you.
Okay.
Please put on your... Yeah. Wonderful.
Hello. I am here with my students because I have a lecture now, and I show them your conference as a very important at the level of international relations. When it comes about your question, yes, firstly, I think that we have a big division in world now at the world stage and international relations system between two ideal types, as Weber-Taus mentioned. It is from one side the Eurasian movement, which gathered this institution as BRICS, as ASEAN, as China, Russia, and so on, continental powers, as it was previously mentioned in geopolitical talks. And from other side, we have Euro-Atlantic center of power, which of course are focused on defense of domination of United States and collective West. And the answer about the convergence should be connected with this activity of these two antagonistic types. We see that from the perspective of Eurasian movement or collective East, we should also use this category. There are ambitions to build a peaceful cooperation based on, sovereignty of each state, of sovereign culture, and activity to find the things which are gather us, not divide us. But unfortunately, the perspective of West is different, especially because of United States, because when it comes to the LGBT agenda, which you talk about earlier, yes, the LGBT agenda is also put as an ideology of United States. Yes, the embassies of United States show us the support for this ideology, and that's why the things are not only question of society of choose of each people, but an ideology of United States. And when we concrete these analyses, we must focus on Ukraine, which are our neighbor of Poland, yes, in Central Eastern Europe, as a Poland as official activity of Polish geopolitics. We support as a part of the West, as one of so-called big ally of United States, support the Ukraine against Russia. And we observe that Russia struggle against 50 countries which are perceived as an enemy of Moscow now. But most of countries at the world stage have a different position of this very hard and tragical situation in Ukraine, because of the both states, Ukraine and Russia, represent the same civilization. Yes, and so we observe that the BRICS want have many new countries which aspirate to be a part of it. The last information from South Africa before the next summit in August say that is about 30 countries which want to be a part of it. Of course, I think that during the summit we will see finally who exactly want to be a part of it. But where, of course, at the table we have the different states from different civilizations, different political systems: Saudi Arabia, Argentina, Mexico, Nigeria, and Indonesia. Yes, as we know from South African sources. I think that probably during the summit there could be first step to integrate new participants, new membership from 3 countries: Argentina, I think Indonesia, and Iran. And there could be transformation from BRICS to BRICS, BRICS, new name. But from the perspective of Collective West, we see first of all military support to Ukraine to struggle against Russia, and cold distance toward China. So, of course, it is related with strong sphere of influence of Washington in Europe, and narration of building authorities against authoritarianism countries against democracy countries, and of course the narrative of defend democracy and collective West. So it is strong strong activities, strong feeling which are not aimed to build new international world order based of multipolarity, sovereignty of each state of each states, and find the good solution to the world stage problems which we are observe in our civilization. Unfortunately, yes, the strong activity of military economy and narration of good and evil. We are the defenders of the good against the evil, and every country which don't want to be with us could be our enemy. Yes, I don't know if it is true, but I have seen yesterday the information that the NATO want to push India to be a new membership. Of course, I think it is only narration, which is of course very strong and important elements of today's world struggle, but there is ongoing processes of defending superiority, and that's why the activity of BRICS and new alignment movements to build, first of all, new paradigm for international relations, build that of much stronger economies than it was in the past, gave us chance and hope that these divides could be finished and built at the could be built relations and institutions based on true subject relation, which could give us a peaceful solution and so on. And of course, a very important aspect of it is the dollarization, which the process we also now see in international stage. Thank you very much.
Yin Jiguang from China. Let's check if he is in or not. Tolong dicek apakah Profesor Yin Jiguang tidak ada, nggak muncul. So, any question to Professor Simek, maybe? Pak Yoga? It's interesting what he said. I mean, well, Poland is a part of Grajong. Do you hear me? Do you still connected? Are you still connected?
Yes, I am here.
Marina
Yes,
is
I am
there.
here.
Okay, Marina is there. Okay. So later, Marina, do you hear me?
Yes, thanks. Many problems with our digital university, but now it's okay, I think.
Okay, great. Professor Marina Shilina is from Plekhanov University of Economics in Moscow, and she is specialized on communication. And she is a part of our network, Bandung Spirit Network, and every year we organize as a part of our scientific board for the Conference of Asia. And she came as well to Indonesia in November 2022 for our conference Bandung Belgrade Havana. So we talk about this convergence and divergence between NAM, BRICS, ASEAN, EU on global future. And now, of course, the issue of Russia-Ukraine war is very important. So what do you think about these issues. Not just Ukraine crisis, but this convergence between and divergence between BRICS. Russia is a part of BRICS. In the morning when I saw the top 10 economic of the world, Russia is a part of new emerging forces with China, Indonesia, India, Brazil, Mexico, Russia. It's a non-Western powers. So, what do you think about this convergence and divergence between these diverse regional or transnational organizations? Okay, please.
Thank you for having me here. Thanks a lot to your university and of course, first of all, to Professor Darvis Kuduri, who is a real leader of global network of scientists from all over the world, from so many countries. And you know that in situation of convergence and divergence, academics are we need a strong leaders like Darvis to connect our forces, to make researchers, because the situation is really very complicated. It was just a sort of her word. And now to your questions. Sure, for now, the situation in international relation and international transformation is a unique one. As for Russia, we have a very specific point of view from the very beginning of our history as a state, from ancient ages till now, because Russia is a huge country, it has a huge territory, and it is was European and Asian country. Eurasia is our is our standpoint. And Westernization began with our Emperor Peter the Great since 18th century. And since that time, this Western direction of development is very popular, but we have national sources and national ideas, specifically Russian. And it means that for now, it's, I think, the situation as a sort of litmus paper to find the new direction for Russia. It's just my own opinion as a researcher. It's not a global or a governmental point of view, of course, but in any case, the situation of this so-called new reality since last year, we call it not the new normal, but the new reality, because we have a sort of global reconfiguration where Russia became a new, really a new country and a leader of a new global south. Professor Konya Rakundini Bakri said that this configuration is specific of this new leadership. Because in Asia, we have so many countries, as Darvis said before, and for instance, China has its own position. Indonesia, of course, has its own one as well. And there are so many leaders. That means that this convergence is a very delicate story. We have to build this communication and convergence in our unions like non-alignment movement or BRICS the BRICS countries. We have to make it very balanced. And this new leadership, I think, is connected with the new points of economic development. we discussed last time in Indonesia the points of so-called digitalization, which means zero human. The highest point of digitalization means that there would be no humans, zero human, and it means this data colonialism is an approach for thinking about our common future from economic point of view, not only from a political one. This is my second point. And of course, turning back to the situation with conflicts, we have to say that in any conflict, someone would be the winner and someone lose. But we need to make new steps to be more convergent in this case, without winners or losers. And it's really a huge question. And the last and the main point I should say is that all our unions, like non-alignment movement and the BRICS countries, the BRICS Union is a real global force. For instance, yesterday, the Saudi Arabia proclaimed that they want to be a part of one of these unions. It means that another huge economic, developed economy would be a part of this union. And reconfiguration of global territories, global country unions is really changing. It means that, for instance, Indonesia, like the leader in these Asian regions, South Pacific, and for instance, Russia, as Eurasian leader in New Global South, have to be more connected. And for instance, turning back to ideas of Russia, Professor Bakri was a member of our political, of our so-called Valdai club. This is a club of high politicians, and she was the member of this club. She is a member of this club. She was in Moscow. She discussed all these problems, and it means that in any case we have these connections in academic field, on the field of the state, or on an official way and unofficial way. And the aim of us as academics, as researchers, I think, is to find a new agenda for our researchers. And in this case, Darvis make a very fruitful and impressive work to unite all people, all academics all over the world, to find all these new directions, to exchange opinions, and to find fresh ideas. I also think it's the main point for my speech for now. Thank you.
Well, I will say something. Thank you, Marina. It's too strong. Yeah, thank you very much. Now, since we still have around 20 minutes maximum, shall we discuss? If you have any question, please raise your
Apakah ada
hand.
yang ingin bertanya? Satu pertanyaan.
Tired? Sudah capek seharian dari ini, siswi mahasiswa belakang semua. No question? Or maybe you want to give
No, I think the student is already full of the thoughts. They already receive full of materials today, and I appreciate they're already, try to follow this event until the end. And for Marina, I hope that the Russia and Ukraine war can be over soon, so the world can be a peaceful place, and we Indonesians will support for the peaceful way to reconcile between conflict in the between Ukraine and Russia. I think that's all that I can give our deep condolences to the tragedy in the Europe. Thank you.
I saw here Mei Liu. Ya, tapi apakah dia dari Tiongkok? Maybe she wants to say something. That's what I'm asking. Mei Liu, do you want to speak, to say something? And Chi Guang is not there? Yin Chi Guang? No. Huh? Paolo Motta. Paolo, do you hear me? Paolo. Paolo is from Italy. Paolo. No. Okay. So, since Paolo doesn't say anything, Marina already spoken, and Grajong as well. In fact, we wait for Yin Chi Guang from China, but Paulo Mota was there. I don't know if he wants to say something. Paulo, do you hear me, Paulo? Anybody from online, from abroad, want to say something? Well, if there is nobody, then I think we can end our meeting this time. From my side,
the conference at the moment.
Oh, who's that? No? Nobody? Paolo, do you want to say something? Paolo? Do you hear me, Paolo? Paolo is in a car. Paolo, do you hear me? Your microphone. He's in a car, he's driving. Yeah. No. Well, Professor Paolo is at the same time architect, urban planner, and he is researcher for bricks lab, specialist on bricks. And he is a part of our network, Bandung Spirit network, and he came regularly to our conference, The Rise of Asia, since 2017. So, Paulo, it seems there is a problem. We will end our meeting. So thank you very much for your presence. Although you don't have chance to speak. So, from my part, I'm really grateful, and I'm happy that all my friends invited to join. They came and share what they thought, their views with all of you. So as I said, the objective is to engage, to involve
the communities of east of Indonesia in the process of globalization, in the discussion on global issues, because even though it's not direct impact on our daily life, but the global issues, global decision, global wars, global conflicts will affect our life at our levels, at grassroots levels. So that's why I wish that all the communities of Indonesia, especially east of Indonesia, also involved, get sensitized with these issues. So I am happy. There's no target. There is no pretension to give you lecture, to give you lessons, but just sharing. We came here to share. That's all. Thank you very much. Maybe from you or yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darwis. I would like to say some closing statement to pull from all the topics that we already discussed from session 1 to the second session. I would like to say a very special thank you and huge appreciation to all of our speakers. Professor Koni, that she already left, Professor Sima, that's all still with us, Professor Darwis, Pak Efrem, also Pak Yoga. Thank you for all the information. Thank you for all the very beautiful message that has been given us for all of us today. I think we can all agree that on the team, convergence and divergence, that we should all focus on convergence, which means whether we are in Asian countries or other countries, we still have to focus on working together to achieve our future dream, our global future, to work together. And Indonesia as a country, we must hold firm to Pancasila as our ideology, and for all of, especially to our younger generation, to quote from Professor Sima had said before, that change comes from within us. We should choose to do good and not do the bad things. I think that's all from me. I want to say thank you to all the students and participants that had joined us today. And I really hope that we all get something very important from this meeting today, and we can see each other in the future in another event. Thank you so much and good afternoon.